So close friend of mine once advised me to get comfortable being uncomfortable, and that has stuck with me throughout my whole career, and I feel like it definitely helped me get to where I am today. But before I get into the whole slide situation, I would love to express my heartfelt gratitude to Konsoll for inviting me here. This is super crazy. I've never thought I would be in Norway, and I'm here. That's amazing. So I guess we can start. Yikes. So I'll be sharing my journey to becoming a character artist for games like Call of Duty, Star Wars, Jedi Fallen Order, Survivor. I worked on Gears 4 and 5. My goal here today is to inspire aspiring 3D artists. I'm not really here just to talk about myself today. I'm here to share my journey as an example to give you insight into what it might take to reach a similar position. I want to help you understand the steps, challenges, and choices that can shape your path into the industry so you can better navigate your own journey towards your goal. Whew. Oh, I don't have to point. There we go. Navigating the game industry can be challenging, especially in the current landscape. Layoffs, we don't like it. I learned that no position is ever completely secure, so we need to be proactive and update our portfolio and resume. This advice applies to me as well. Expect to see an update soon. Not today, but soon. Here's my work so far. I can see over here. So these are some skins that I got to work on for Warzone. My favorite, Santa Claus. Everyone loves getting gifts. Kevin Durant. I got to work on Messi, which was really cool. These concepts that I were given, Blunt Fingers was one of my favorites as well. Gunslinger, he looks so cool, right? We got the Dead Cop, and then the Bogling. This is really cool because I got to put a creature into the Star Wars universe with the help of my friend Amy Fry, who concepted this. I got to make Jaro. Here's the sculpts. I got to do NPC characters. This beetle, this flame beetle is so annoying in the game. This is from Survivor. I got to work on, I think, only one character. The other ones got cut, but that's okay. That's game industry. Got to work on Gears 5. I was specializing in hair. You can see this glorious beard. I got to work on Kate's hair. Got Foz's hair as well, and the glorious beard. More hair. You can tell my niche was hair. Again, hair, and then some earlier work of zombies. So all right, now we get to dive into my journey and where I began. I have an older brother. He's 6 years older than me, so I was always player number 2. He wouldn't let me play video games, so I would skip school more than I'd like to admit. I'd play sick, and I would play Mario Paint on the Super Nintendo. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. Lots of Mega Man, lots of Zelda. My brother wouldn't let me play alone, so we would play a lot of fighting games like Street Fighters, Mortal Kombat, Tekken, what else? Killer Instinct. And he would always get the guidebooks. I would flip through the art, read the backstories, everything. I would try and draw, trace. So let's see where. In the late 90s, my brother collected demo discs from magazines introducing me to games like Metal Gear Solid and Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy, that expanded my whole world. Let's see, and then through the years, I dove into titles like L.A. Noire, Heavy Rain, and The Last of Us. I spent countless hours on Newgrounds. Anyone familiar with that site? Yeah, I was obsessed with it. Probably shouldn't have been on it that early in my age, but that really inspired me to get into animation and creating my own art. So, let's talk about my family. My family immigrated, or my parents immigrated to the United States from India. And they brought, of course, their traditional values and emphasized in excelling in math and science. I can't do math. I hate it. Science is okay. But so Indian culture, boys get to be a little bit more pampered. They get more freedom. I was expected to do chores. This pushed me to seek my own independence. We also lived in the middle of nowhere, Illinois. Illinois, flatland, cornfields, nothing to do except maybe hang out at the Walmart. So I needed to get out of there. We were latchkey kids, which meant my parents worked late, so my older brother would babysit us. We would just play video games, TV. I was all about pop culture. Let's see, I was an angsty teenage kid, and I knew I wanted to pursue art. Trigonometry, calculus didn't interest me at all. So I proudly embraced the whole being the black sheep of the family. So I was determined to pursue art despite what my dad wanted. He wanted me to be like a doctor, a dentist, anything that was like a conventional job that would give you more money. Let's see. Though you guys may not be like first-gen descendants of an Indian family, the point is that regardless of your struggles that life brings you, it doesn't make you less capable of pursuing the career. It means that you may need to find a unique path to get there. So I had to convince my dad that art was it. I made a 30-second animation on Adobe Flash on like a Sony Vaio computer. I impressed him. So we got to do a portfolio review in Chicago for Academy of Art University. I let the representatives schmooze them, let them do their charm. He was excited for me, and I got to go to Academy of Art. So, attending Academy of Art University, like any school, expensive. I took out high-interest loans to pursue this dream. I needed to make it, mostly to pay it off. But knowing that tuition is difficult, dropping out was not an option for me. I was not going to go back to Illinois. That's like another big factor of how I got here, was my persistence of not going back. Let's see. So financially, tuition is difficult. I heard about being a resident assistant, and that gave me free room and board. I grew up really shy, and I wanted to make more friends beyond just my boyfriend at the time. Becoming an RA was one of the best choices I made. I got to look after creative groups of students in downtown San Francisco, which boosted my confidence and helped me become more social. I'm still a bit introvert, but now I feel more ready to handle conflicts and social situations, skills that have really helped me in the studio work. I've noticed that many of us artists aren't naturally outgoing or super confident, and that's fine. But the real value in learning to talk to others and share what you're passionate about can lead to great opportunities. People won't know what you're capable of if you don't tell them. Getting more comfortable with this practice, sometimes it's just about pushing yourself to speak up and realizing you're okay. Maybe even making a friend, opening a door you didn't expect. It's worth it in our field. So, during my time as an RA, I conducted room checks. I remember vividly walking into a room. It was two roommates, and they were playing League of Legends. I didn't know anything about League of Legends. So I just kept asking questions and found out what their major was. They pulled out their assignments, and it was 3D modeling, and I was hooked. I wanted to make cool creatures like, the enemies you fight in Final Fantasy. Let's see. So getting more comfortable, it takes practice. Sometimes it's just about pushing yourself to speak. Oh, I already said that. Yeah, see? Nervous. During my time as an RA, I conducted room checks. Got that. For anyone considering college, I do strongly recommend being an RA if your university offers, if they have dormitories. It's usually sometimes free room and board. So going to AAU was a huge benefit. I got to learn core art skills. Drawing, sculpting, art history. I even tried doing clay animation and puppetry. I really focused on sculpting anatomy and gestures because mastering these skills are basic. Master them, foundations, you can always go back and rely on them. Let's see, a great character model shouldn't have lumps and bumps and off proportion. Understanding the forms makes the technical side easier, or so I thought, especially in games where strong fundamentals bring characters to life. If I could go back, I would take more classes in like tech, rigging, coding, because I would skip the moto class, it's outdated now. I sometimes struggle with coding. But I learned to remind myself that overcoming these challenges would make it more efficient in the future. I've encountered every possible error for various tools, often leaving my leads puzzled to how I managed to break them. I'm a trial and error learner. So there are always learning moments. Like, before you call IT, restart your computer. Oh, man. Yeah, restart your computer. That's always the first thing. Update your hard drives, and let's see. Oh yeah, delete history, that's a big one. Breaking about just every tool has allowed me to assist others in troubleshooting problems because I've already made those mistakes. Made many. Mistakes are bound to happen. I've heard stories of people accidentally deleting perforce depots and breaking game builds. If you're not ready to fail, you will not succeed at this job. In my last year of college, I got to convince the head of the gaming department to lend me a badge to GDC, and that day changed everything. I got to attend a Kojima panel, got my portfolio reviewed by professionals. I even got to meet my future boss who recognized my work from Facebook. Networking at these events is so important. They give you a real insight into the industry and what it means to become a developer. Attending AAU has helped me build a significant network. I work with a former alumni, and I got 2 of my coworkers from being an RA here in the crowd. It's a small industry, and I'm super happy that they're here and I get to catch up with them. Before graduating, before graduating, I asked my instructor, like, what's the estimate? How long do you think I'll get to where you are? Or like, how long do you think I would get my first job? He said 6 months. My heart sank. He was right. It took 6 months. And those months were mixed with freelance gigs and barely making minimum student payments. My mom constantly barged in and helped me, or my mom would barge in and tell me to do chores while I was doing my freelance job in Illinois. Despite many skepticisms from others about my career choice, I learned every small job is basically paying my dues. After graduation, reality hit. It took 6 months for me to land my job, and with a lot of freelancing and getting ghosted by studios, I got lucky with short gigs. But before I get further into that, I wanted to show you how terrible my schoolwork was. You gotta start somewhere, guys. You just gotta start. That's my other motto, is just start, keep modeling, pushing yourself. At the end of the year, this is what I ended up with on my portfolio. And you'll see that I'm missing something really huge to get into games, which is low poly game models, baking maps, everything. So this tapestry of my employment, this is to give you a better idea of where I went, how. So fresh out of college, went back to Illinois, freelanced, and the dramatic exit out of Illinois to Seattle. This has to go with about my parents. And so my family expectations didn't go away. Before I left, I had a huge argument with my parents. I told them I would change my name if they did not let me go to Seattle to pursue my dream. This is a personal story. It was so dramatic. It was like one of those Indian dramatic TV shows where it was like, doosh, doosh. It was one of them. It's not my proudest moment, but this is a big turning point for me. The end of the night, my older brother got to calm my father down, and I did get to go to Seattle. I drove 3 days to get to Seattle. 3 months, got to work at this cool job, right? They were building the studio. I was gonna work in the studio. I got laid off within 3 months. After telling my parents, I'm gonna change my name. You'll never find me. I'm gonna make a career out of this. I didn't tell them I got laid off. They're gonna find out right now. But, sorry. I got laid off for when I got that call, I surprised the CEO because I was so calm, collected, yeah, I totally understand. I cried every day. I bawled my eyes out. I had to I had to pay rent, right? So this is the freelance work. This is from Electric Geisha. This is the job that I got in Seattle. This is the one that laid me off. This is for a company so they gave me this avatar, and I should have known better. I had to do marvelous work and more work. So I got laid off, and this is the part. It's do what you need to do while you're working towards what you want. Doing other jobs doesn't make you less of an artist. I worked at a front desk hotel, Marriott specifically, in Seattle. Yeah, I cried every day. I had $50. My friend gave me $50 to go get groceries, so I was quite depressed. Let's see. So with that, my roommate was the one that actually told me to get comfortable being uncomfortable, and that's what I had to do if I was going to make it. So I went on Google, I went on Reddit, looked for mixers around Seattle. I found 2. I went to the one in Bellevue, and it was so awkward. Everyone was up against the wall. No one really wanted to talk. It was like middle school all over again. And, what do you do? What do you say? What's a good opener? I would say hey, my name's Shafali. I just moved to Seattle. What restaurant do you recommend? Everyone loves food. We have to eat. It's an open-ended question. It gets them talking, and then it makes them feel a little bit more comfortable, more relatable. My favorite part, everyone gets rejection letters. So while I'm doing networking, I'm sending out emails, and I'm just getting rejected right one after the other. Here you guys can read. They're so sweet to me. It's just thanks for passing along your info. I spoke to the CG chair, and there's currently no opening for your skill sets. However, we'll keep your work on file and let you know if there's a part-time. I never heard back. That's fine. This one was so sweet. They wrote me a long email telling me exactly what's going on with the studio and what to expect and what I should be doing on my portfolio. And I took that advice, and that's when I started posting, my marvelous work from the freelance job. I was just posting. I needed to be more visible than just attending these network events. So I made a Twitch account, and I started streaming myself ZBrushing. And I feel like that helped me get further in my career by networking that way and improving my art. Here's more emails. More emails. Okay, so challenging setbacks. So I went to that mixer, and I met someone that told me about a job positioning. A job position for the coalition. It was outsourcing artist. He said I would be a great fit because I was working in hospitality and that I could communicate with people. I just had to write an email. So I applied, and I got a phone call. I did the phone interview. And that interview changed everything for me. After prepping thoroughly, I felt confident during the call, reminded myself to be polite, personable, and most importantly, to breathe, like I should right now. I aimed for charm, not robotic responses. Thankfully, the effort paid off. I was invited to an in-person interview. Now, I was determined not to return to Illinois, so I wanted to pursue my passion for video game artistry. I hopped in that car and drove 2 hours and a half to Vancouver, because I was in Seattle. And I got a speeding ticket. I can always recall how excited I was because I got that ticket. I didn't even care. I still have it in my dresser drawer to remind me. The interview was intense. There was 7 people, including the lead that I met at GDC. So it felt a little bit more personal since they saw my work on Facebook. They asked about teamwork, handling conflicts, giving feedback. The best part was that they said after I sent all my emails that I got to do character work, which was exciting. I was grateful for their trust and dove into the role of learning, outsourcing. I found the rhythm and I sent all my emails before the end of the day, and I got to go meet the people I was sending emails to in Beijing, Kuala Lumpur. Let me just breathe. So facing challenges and setback. We're gonna go back to when I got laid off and getting all these emails that were telling me I wasn't gonna get it. So my biggest thing is don't be afraid of no. It is not a failure, it's just a side quest to keep honing on your skills and building your network, and to remember to be comfortable being uncomfortable. You never know when an opportunity might arise. Okay. So I got the position, I got to send out emails, and I started working on characters. There was a moment where we had to work on hair, and everyone groaned. And immediately I was like, I volunteer. Because I wanted to stay. I wanted to keep working. I was on contract. And that's what then truly ignited my passion, was the topic of hairstyling. It arose, I volunteered. With my experience with this is gonna sound funny. So I played a lot of Barbie Hairstyler, if anyone knows that game on PC. I did a lot of that, and I watched a lot of Get Ready With Me YouTube videos, so I was really into the whole beauty aspect and styling hair. It came naturally. Let's see. According to my manager, having a niche set of skills increased my value in the industry. And as you saw all those hair files and in my portfolio, you can see that I really led with hair. Okay, so it's one thing to get into the industry, it's another to stay in the industry. So getting a foothold in the industry is just the beginning. Maintaining your position is a whole new challenge, and there's always new talent emerging. Someone younger and possibly better. There's always gonna be someone better than you. I'm still listening to that 12-year-old on YouTube giving tutorials once in a while, so don't feel bad if you need to go on YouTube and just ask a silly question. Now we got ChatGPT, which is crazy, so you don't have to listen to the 12-year-old anymore. After my 3-year work visa in Canada was up, it was time to search for a new job. I interviewed at several places. I faced more rejection letters, but eventually I flew out to Chicago and Los Angeles for an in-person interview. I chose to work with Respawn in the LA area, where I contributed to Star Wars Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor. That's super surreal. I got to work on Star Wars. You saw the boggling. That's in their universe now. And Jaro, he's in there too. But how cool, it still boggles my mind. Such a big IP. The pandemic of 2020, like many of you, I found myself facing uncertainty and a sudden halt to the normal rhythm of life. I felt stagnant and underutilized, kind of like being pigeonholed. I really wanted to expand my knowledge and creative tasks that once excited me were now being outsourced, leaving me to feel creatively unsatisfied. So I was really used to making hair, and I started getting into blend shapes at the Coalition. And then when I went to Respawn, it was just the same old sculpt this, sculpt that, sculpt this. And I wanted to expand my knowledge of character art, so I had to take it upon myself to do it personally, since I wasn't being like creatively satisfied there. Which I should probably, boop. Oh, I am all over the place. Here. This is my personal work that I did with blend shapes. I wanted to learn expressions. So I took it upon myself, got a book, started sculpting, tried learning FACS, which is the facial action coding system. And just having this in your portfolio or interview shows like you're willing to learn. And so I felt pigeonholed a bit at Respawn and started looking around. And I eventually got an interview for Treyarch. I didn't make it, obviously. But I left an impression that the lead messaged me on ArtStation later and told me exactly what I should adjust in my portfolio, and recommended that I applied at Infinity Ward because they just had a character positioning open, or character position open. One of my favorite moments, oops. Again, this is my first time presenting. This is nerve-wracking for me. So I wanted to elevate my sculpting, incorporating technology into the process. I wanted to refine my pieces further, and I would scan my clay sculptures to bring them into ZBrush, and then use my iPhone and Polycam to export and import OBJs, which, here we go. This is my boyfriend's nephew, and I wanted to make a cute little Christmas gift. I scanned him while he was in his car seat, while he was in the, I don't know what a snoot, the little crib that rocks back and forth. I had to turn that off and scan them. And so I made them an ornament, and this was also in my portfolio when I interviewed for my position, just to show that I am willing to learn if they would allow me. I was accepting challenges. I just gave the impression that, hey, I'm your girl. Throw anything at me and I'll take it. I've dealt with getting laid off. I've dealt with my parents. But since then, I've immersed myself into the art community, attending portraits, figure sculpting workshops in both Los Angeles and Rome. I've also invested in some credible resources like Anatomy Facial Expression. It's a book by Olis. I can never pronounce his last name, but he also does anatomy for sculptors. That whole book series I have the Philip Farrat book series as well. I should have just took a picture of my whole bookcase. I love collecting books. I love collecting tutorials. So I do a lot of workshops, and I like to keep attending the figure sculpting, portraits. This is my home office. It's disgustingly messy, but I feel like I just wanted to be as honest and open with you guys. Just because I got a job at Activision doesn't mean I'm going to stay on cruise control. Also, I think doing these workshops and sculpting, it helps with my markability, which I hate saying, but it's true. We gotta promote ourselves no matter how gross it feels. I take my craft serious, and I'm in a good place financially to be able to continue my education. Sometimes the studios will reimburse you for classes that are relevant to your job. I used to watch speed sculpts and pay what I could on Gumroad when I couldn't afford going to Rome and sculpting or workshops in LA. After witnessing several layoffs at my previous and current job place, I realized how crucial it is to be flexible and adapt in this ever-changing industry. It's daunting, I'm sure. I remember applying to be a character oh yeah. I feel like people sometimes just fit a position better than others. Wow, okay. So I skipped way ahead, guys. Okay, so back to Infinity Ward. Building characters for these games are absolute joy. The passion and energy from everyone around me is contagious. Infinity Ward is a relentless pursuit of exploring cutting-edge technology and innovation techniques to create one of the most visually convincing games experience to date. I'm getting a hands-on experience of photogrammetry, creating facts and designing skins for multiplayers. I'm learning about military history, which greatly enhances the authenticity of the game. I could talk about this all day, but instead let me share a video of the team that posted last year of Modern Warfare 2. It really showcases our dedication to the authenticity and innovation. All right. Want to roll the clip? No, it's not working? Oh, guys, how are you? Oh, here we go.
This belt is getting destroyed in real life. Then it heads to a photographer to get scanned. Also, it can appear convincingly worn and weathered in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2.
Enemy KIA.
Which has been called the most realistic-looking video game ever made. The team behind the popular franchise has created and distressed tens of thousands of real props, set pieces, and costumes like this.
Direct. Target destroyed.
But they didn't stop with objects. They also stepped up their performance capture tech to create an insanely true-to-life feel and experience. We took a look inside the game's LA studio to find out how they transport our world into theirs. And it all starts with a process called photogrammetry, or capturing high-res photos of a person or object from every possible angle, then stitching these photos together to form an incredibly detailed 3D replica.
It fires off all 5 cameras at once. The turntable will turn 8 degrees, and then it takes another shot. And because we're capturing it from down below and up above, we get every angle of this part, which allows our photogrammetry software to reconstruct this as a 3D model.
The Modern Warfare team can then manipulate this photorealistic 3D model in the computer. Photogrammetry makes it easier and quicker to enrich the world of the game with new objects and characters. Traditionally, video game characters are built digitally, and that's exactly how Call of Duty worked until 2015, when the team began incorporating photogrammetry. Now, the team can build a character in 1 week instead of 6.
And the output is a mesh, very, very dense, with a lot of details that can go to our character artists, and using this data, they're gonna build the game asset.
One of the most time-saving parts of this process is the ability to scan costumes in all of their glorious details. See, when building costumes in the computer, a good chunk of the time is spent painting in wear and tear. Call of Duty is a war game after all. Nothing about the costumes should look pristine. With photogrammetry, instead of digitally simulating each scuff, chip, and stain, you can create all of those details in the physical world and scan them into the game.
So this is our distressing station. This is where we take gear that we're putting on characters in the game. We distress it to look like it's been out in the field for an extended period of time, because when you get something brand new, it really wouldn't scan well. It doesn't have any sense of realism.
They use rotary tools to rip and fray the costumes, and sanders to make the fabric less starchy and rigid.
The fabric tends to feel older if you sand it down.
And to make the clothes feel like they've been out in the desert for weeks at a time.
We have bags of fake dirt. You can actually just kind of plop it down right on the item.
This process only looks haphazard. Story matters.
We try to put it where we think, if worn in the field, where would a soldier kind of lay on the ground? Where would the most scratches occur? Where would the most holes happen? And where would the most dirt accumulate? When we distress stuff, we try to kind of tell the story.
That story might involve stains or bullet wounds.
We used to use things like coffee and tea to stain things, but those ended up creating a bad smell over time. So now we use things like black ink mixed with water. We have fake Hollywood blood here. So if anything needs to look like somebody's been injured in it, we have that.
Putting a fully costumed actor into the photogrammetry dome helps the team capture other subtleties too, like how fabric hangs and sways on the body. They also use this approach on props.
So this is Ghost's desert mask. You may recognize it from the opening of Modern Warfare 2. It was actually created practically, and then we scanned it here in this volume, and a 3D artist took over and built it for the game.
Many props get scanned into the game through an alternative approach called an Arago rig.
It's a new system that we implemented recently. It's just for prop scanning mostly. It's like a step up from having a bunch of cameras. The system allows you to have a single camera on. The miniature is on a rotating turntable, and the machine will just move the camera around for you. So instead of figuring out where you need to be in relation to your subject, you just do that on the software. So you can prearrange all your camera needs or your camera positions and input all your camera settings, and then it will just do the sequence for you. This is actually packable and transportable. You can take this to a prop house and then scan hundreds of props a day.
Here, Valerio is using the Arago rig to scan in one of the game's many miniatures, handcrafted models of set pieces.
Okay, so that's just part of what I do. Sorry, I feel like I got so nervous with this whole speech that I skipped through a bunch. So I kind of want to just do a question and answer and actually be real with you guys, because this is nerve-wracking. Can we start with questions and answers? Yeah. So if anyone has any questions about how to become a character artist, what they need to improve, or anything, I feel like I can answer this way better than giving you a talk from my iPad. So is there anyone out there curious?
Hi. I was wondering, what has been your favorite project to work on?
Oh, man. My favorite project, it's going to be Infinity Ward, because I feel like I get more hands-on, and I make it a point to go across every department to get to know everyone, and when bugs start rolling in, like, it's easier to go back and forth and talk to people, but it's going to be Infinity Ward. You saw all the cool skins, and I keep learning every day more and more about the military, which is cool. Yeah. Coalition was pretty sweet, too. Definitely learning experience. How to give feedback. I feel like when I was doing the outsourcing work, I truly got to learn what not to do and what to do with character art. So that was another good place to work. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
How do you come up with ideas for designs, and what do you do when you feel stuck in doing the same thing over and over again?
Ooh. So the designing part is not what I specialize in. When you're working for a studio, you're an artist, but a builder. You're working on someone else's idea for their game. And that's when my creativity felt a little stagnant, and that's when I started doing my own personal work. I feel like once you're in the industry, finding your creative itch and then making rent, it's two different things, but did I answer? Yeah, okay.
Hello, thank you so much for your talk.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. I have a short question regarding software. What kind of software have you been using, from the start?
Oh, Maya. Maya. I've been hearing so much about Blender. Anytime I say Maya, it's like, well, Blender can do this. So I'm going to give Blender a shot soon, but it's been Maya, ZBrush. I even dabbled in Mudbox, but now I'm in Substance Painter. I used Wrap4 to take my high res and then take, the base mesh of a face and then wrap it onto the high res. Let's see, what else do I use? Oh, Marvelous Designer. Man, I could go on and on. But I feel like once you get used to Maya, you can go into Moto, you can go into Blender, 3D Max. It's basically the same idea, just the toolboxes are different and the hotkeys are different. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, great talk. I just wondered, do you have a recommendation for how to get into photogrammetry? Because I find it kind of daunting.
Oh, man. Okay. Felt the same way. I'm going to recommend these apps that I use. At first I used Scandy, but I'm getting the hang of Polycam, which is really nice. It also had it brings textures in. Okay, I'm gonna tell you a silly story. With photogrammetry, I would walk up to random smoothie baristas, and this one man, he was Greek, and he had such an interesting profile, and I was like, yo, this is gonna sound weird. Can I take 50 photos of you? It was at the gym too, so everyone was watching me. But yeah, sometimes just go out there, be silly. Polycam is one of my favorite. I went to Rome and I was just in the museum, just recording and going around sculpts. Definitely recommend that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Really lovely talk. You were great.
Oh, thanks.
But I just want to say, my question's not exactly about the artistry side. Is that all right? It's
fine.
more about the video.
Oh, okay. I'll try.
Yeah, one thing I was really curious about, since you take an incredible amount of photographs of the objects, do they become really so detailed that the file sizes increase and get out of control? Are there any sort of compression? And is that why the latest Call of Duties are 150 gigabytes?
Ooh, that you gotta talk to my boss about. But yeah, the scans are very heavy. It can go to 15 million polys. We'll clean it up in ZBrush and bake it. And I use Marmoset. Some people use Mari to do textures and stuff. Yeah, that's pretty much how we get the face down. We use wrap to take our base mesh and put it on the high poly.
And if you don't mind, a smaller question.
Yeah.
I just want to ask, are you familiar with the Indian movie 3 Idiots?
No, but I'm going to watch it now.
You're going to watch it? Okay. So, how do I ask this without giving you spoilers? I'm not sure I can.
Well,
well,
go ahead.
There's a very intriguing but at the same time uninformed question in the movie. So this question is going to be of the same type. So how the team basically makes the objects used in your, what was it, wear down facility or something like that? With the sanders and all that.
Well, sorry, repeat that again?
With the dirt and the sanders,
yeah.
You make the objects seem used, right? Were you not able to get second-hand objects? I'm really curious. I'm sorry.
So, no, you're good. Yeah, sometimes we do. It's really hard because some of the uniforms are history. Sometimes they're not on eBay, and we have to manage.
Are there no military contacts? Any sort of way into the military where you can just grab items? Ooh. Because I think people get MREs and stuff like that from the military sometimes through contacts.
Yeah, this is a higher up question.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, fair enough.
This is legal and licensing and stuff.
The whole time I was just thinking, why not just get some from the soldiers? They probably want to throw them out.
I volunteered. I was like, hey, I'll go to Goodwill. I'll go to Salvation Army.
All right, I'm not going to keep the rest. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Hi, thank you for the great talk.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Oh, okay.
Just because I'm so curious, which Final Fantasy game?
Oh my gosh. Well, I started with 7, but then I went back to 6 on Super Nintendo. I love the storyline on that. It is kind of mushy to me, but 9, I love the world of Final Fantasy 9. It's so intriguing. 10 was amazing as well. Storyline wasn't there for me, but I stopped at 10 too. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Any stories you guys want to share with me?
I'll try one.
Oh, yay.
Hey, so just a little question on motivation, actually. And
yeah.
I don't know if maybe this relates to some people in the crowd, but I'd be one of those people that loves the end result. So whether it's art, 3D modeling, or anything game design related, but I don't always enjoy the process.
Oh, I know.
So it's like your 3D model, Call of Duty scan, looks great, amazing, but the 18, 20 hours that you had to sit down grinding through the modeling software to make it may not always be fun. The question is, do you deal with that, and do you have any hacks that you use to help motivate yourself, or is it just the love of the craft that gets you through boring workloads?
I tell myself every time Maya crashes, I tell myself it's always faster the second time. It's always faster the third time. You know what? It's even faster the fourth. And then when it's the fifth, it's like, all right, IT, come here, please. Yeah. So it's just like, just telling myself that everyone makes mistakes, it happens. It's talking kinder to yourself, a lot of therapy work. But yeah, if you want it really bad, you're gonna sit through Maya, just fucking up your day.
I might just double down on the question then and say, would you have any recommendations for maybe making the process slightly more fun, especially to someone with less experience to try to break in? Yeah, tough question. I'm sorry.
No, this is great. I'm on Discord a lot. And I found a community there where I can just pop in a chat room and be like, yeah, what are you working on? Oh, that looks so cool. You're doing it in this way? I've tried it this way. And you guys just start talking about like processes, and getting inspired from other people is so nice. Like that's honestly, I think that keeps me going. It's just learning from more people. Yeah.
Thanks.
Hi. Thank you for the talk. It was really exciting. So you talked about having a niche?
A niche, yes.
Yeah, and I wondered, because I do concept art, not very good yet, but maybe someday. And I wondered, how do you recommend how you decide your niche? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. How do I decide my niche? Well, the hair thing was just luck, because no one wanted to do it.
Okay.
And I volunteered and fell in love with it. My next niche that I'm trying to get into is blend shapes. But yeah, how many blend shape artists do we know? Facial expression. I find so much, I'm so fascinated with like the muscles moving. It's okay. But did that answer it? Just like, I just found a passion and I was like, oh, I love doing hair. I want to make like braids, Viking braids. Was it your glasses that's setting off the mic?
I don't know.
Try another good morning.
Good morning? Oh, it works. Okay. We'll just talk about the morning. Because I really want to be in the field and I want to do something that's interesting, but maybe my niche will be something I think is interesting and am passionate about.
You said it was concept art, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
But I want to learn a lot of things because everything is interesting.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of concept artists use ZBrush. Have you been using ZBrush?
No.
Yeah, I've been watching them do ZBrush, and they'll take renders and then they'll like paint on top of it. Wow, that mic loves you.
Yeah, I guess.
But yeah, I would try maybe dabbling in ZBrush and like playing with the lighting. It makes concept a little bit faster once you get the hang of 3D modeling and sculpting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
No problem.
This isn't necessarily about 3D modeling or anything, but what's your favorite franchise on Newgrounds?
Oh my god! Which is the one that did the Street Fighters, and it was like, was it Ryu was doing his little turning kick and he was like, I want some pancakes or something like that? That was one of my faves. I would say that.
Good.
This isn't a serious question. I just want to ask because I find it fun. I do 3D, and a lot of my friends also do 3D. And we all apparently have had the Maya nightmare.
Yeah.
Have you had the Maya nightmare or nightmares about Maya?
Oh, I dream in topology. It's so, oh my gosh. That's when you know you've been working too hard. Is like you look at something and the topology looks wrong and you're walking up to it and you're like, I need to move that vert. I need to delete that edge. Yeah, that's when.
I see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm a bit hoarse. I'm sorry. I'm doing like arts, and I want to do 3D modeling and maybe animation and stuff like that. And when I'm doing like 3D modeling, and you like when you make your own models, you have to do like the block out phase that I don't have the patience for at all. I just want to do the the cool stuff. because when I draw, my line is there right away, and I'm happy. But then I'm like, I have to circle on the other side. But it's like, do you recommend like doing that in Maya and putting it into ZBrush, or like doing it in ZBrush? Like, what do you recommend?
I mean, you could do it both ways. If it's faster for you in Maya to like start throwing primitives, shapes here and there, and then exporting it as an OBJ or FBX, and then importing it in ZBrush and like dynameshing it that way. Some people use Z-spheres. Some people just sculpt from a sphere and then dynamesh the heck out of it. There's many ways, but I personally like doing it in ZBrush. Just plop it, dynamesh, plop it, dynamesh, and then wait for it to crash.
Yeah, because then you get all these objects in these like files.
Yeah.
And I'm like, can't you just like do what I want you to do right away? But yeah, do you have like any tips for getting good at that and like having the motivation and make it fun somehow?
I would say get on Discord maybe. I have a friend that works at Maxon. It's IR Sculpts. He's so sweet, and like the chat room is great. We all go in, we're like ZBrushing, 3D printing. Some are making game models. Sorry, I like rambled. What?
That's fine.
But yeah, I would just go online communities, ZBrush, Twitch. There's still some artists on there that are streaming artwork there. Some professionals are still sculpting on there. YouTube. Maxon is doing live sculpts a lot. And I just go in there, chat it up, say hi, say like, oh, that looks great. And yeah.
Thank you. I liked your talk, by the way.
Oh, thank you. That makes me feel a little bit better.
Afraid we'll need to leave it there for questions. I'm sorry, but Shafali, I'm sure we will be around throughout the day.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for an excellent intro to the day.
Thank you. Thank you guys for being patient with me.
Okay, so yeah, I think that was a really great start to the morning. Some really interesting, informative stuff there. And I kind of want a new career aging props for photogrammetry, because that looked fun to me. So our next speaker has had a really impressive writing career and is quite a regular at Konsoll. Her career's gone from Telltale to Bad Robot Games before becoming principal narrative designer on the critically acclaimed Alan Wake 2 at Remedy, where she's currently lead narrative designer on the DLC. So joining us today to discuss the writing challenges, narrative mechanics, and tips and tricks utilised in the development of Alan Wake 2, please welcome Molly Maloney.
Hello, and welcome to creating the playable story of Alan Wake 2. Somebody got a message. So just like a couple of quick things before we get started. I wouldn't really consider this talk to be super spoilery. I'm not going to give away huge plot points of Alan Wake 2, but it does talk a lot about the narrative kind of mechanics and features of the game. So if you haven't played it and you really want to preserve yourself, I mean, you probably shouldn't be here in general, but you can sneak out now if you want. I won't be offended. The talk also is an adaptation of a talk I did earlier this year with our narrative lead, Simone Waslan, and sadly, Simone could not be here today, but I'm really honored to be at Konsoll and giving this talk kind of also on his behalf. It's about a project that means a lot to myself and him as well. So, let's go. A bit about me. I'm Molly Maloney. I am principal narrative designer at Remedy. I joined the Alan Wake 2 team a little way through development to drive the narrative mechanics for our playable character, Saga Anderson. There are two playable characters in the game. One you may know the name of, and the other is really cool, Saga Anderson. She's also awesome. With a specific focus on her mechanics, so the case boards and things like that. If you played the game, you might know. Otherwise, don't worry, I will explain a lot. Before that, I was at Bad Robot Games in LA, and before that, I was at Telltale Games in San Francisco, designing branching narratives for them. Also, quickly wanted to shout out our amazing Alan Wake 2 team. So narrative design is and narrative mechanics are the combined effort of so many departments and individuals working together. So everything you're about to see in this presentation is the labor of love of many incredibly talented people, and I wouldn't be able to give this talk without their effort, particularly from Riho, Krzysztof, John, Mirko, Sasha, Jenna, Juhani, Sam, Clay, Janne, Damien, Ron, George, and of course Simon, who is on the side there. So they were all integral parts of the features that I'm going to cover. So I have a lot I'm going to cover here, so I'm going to try and go quickly, but not so quickly that you can't understand me. As I mentioned earlier, my background is in branching narrative. I've actually given some talks on branching narrative here at this conference in the past. Nonlinear and conditional narrative is something that's really very near and dear to me. I loved the Baldur's Gate talk yesterday. Shout out to them. It was so cool seeing all of their amazing flowcharts. Simon, our narrative lead, was formerly 10 years at Quantic Dream. So that was something that we really shared early, Quantic Dream, also known for branching narrative. We bonded over our love of nonlinear and choice-based narrative, which kind of made our approaches to solving the narrative challenges of Alan Wake 2 really compatible. One of the things we clicked early on was how we approached the concept of player investment. And at its heart, that's really what this talk is about. It's how to build investment in the story and, by extension, your game. So, before I can talk about Alan Wake, I kind of need to give some context on this. So for both of our backgrounds, in branching narrative, the two main shortcuts to player investment are direct agency over the story specifically, what we're doing, how we do it, who we piss off, the kind of choices that influence the story and make the player feel that their story is unique and special to them. And then you also have these player expression opportunities, which are lesser but still important. These are the actual interactions themselves that lead to the agency opportunities. So clicking the choice, solving a puzzle, inspecting an object. Player expression is basically the player is not controlling what they're doing, but how they do it, the action associated with it. In branching narrative games that are highly reactive to player choices, the ability to affect meaningful change over the story and express yourself within its constraints leads to ownership over that story. Ownership over the story leads to player investment in the overall game experience and, by extension, a higher rate of completion. But Alan Wake 2, not a branching narrative, at least not in the way that a Telltale or a Quantic Dream game is. It's pretty much a linear experience. So what does that mean for us? Well, it means what we are doing, along with a lot of how we do it, is now off the table. Players kind of along for the narrative ride, as it were. And while this probably isn't an unfamiliar experience to a lot of game designers, when you are used to making branching narrative, going fully linear is a bit like losing a limb. You really miss this. And a huge subset of your design toolbox is suddenly off limits to you. But when you know what it's like to have players really have this deep, meaningful connection to your story, you don't want to give that up. So that really left us with this question. How can you own a story that is set in stone? Well, if you recall from the previous slide, agency was only one part of our toolbox. It was the bigger part, but we also have player expression, right? So the question was, does player expression still feel good when it's kind of detached from these high agency branching story moments? And fortunately for us, over the course of development, we learned that it did. Which leads to my not particularly hot take. But linear single-player story games have less agency than branching or sandbox games, specifically story agency than branching or sandbox games. Where those choice moments are constantly being thrown in the player's face. So it's actually more important to take advantage of existing player expression opportunities or even create them in these types of games. So with that in mind, Alan Wake 2. It's a third-person survival horror game, which was in development for roughly 4 years, and it released actually almost exactly a year ago on October 27th. So our baby is 1 year old. And just for fun, here are the initial pillars. I've edited them slightly just to make them more readable, but this is essentially what they look like on our internal wiki. You've got the dual narrative, trapped in a horror story. We've got exploration, survive with light, and kind of what I like to call the make it scary pillar, just make it as scary as possible. And these really didn't change a lot throughout the production. In addition to the official game pillars, Simon, our narrative lead, also pushed for his own kind of secret narrative team internal pillars. These again really echo learnings from the negative aspects of branching narrative games, where gameplay can feel kind of tacked on next to the narrative, and like that can feel really bad. These rules helped us sanity check our work, as well as counterbalance the tendency to lean on cutscenes. So first was, no gameplay mechanics are exempt from telling the story. Combat, for example, should not be separated from story beats. This was an internal kind of pillar for us. Next was do not watch. So don't rely on kind of this narrative bookending to relay the bulk of the story. When possible, avoid passive exposition drops and cutscenes. Make players earn their story. Tie narrative to player interaction whenever you can. And even a light interaction, better than no interaction. And then finally, and probably most importantly, integrate the player fantasy directly into the mechanics. So evaluate kind of what we call the verbs of the game, and make sure that there are enough verbs to tell the story that we want to tell, that the verbs match the story that we want to tell. Gameplay mechanics should support and enhance the story, not live outside of it. So this talk will cover 3 major narrative components from the game. First, what we refer to internally as the character spaces, which is Saga's mind place and then Alan's writer's room. These spaces are kind of containers for many narrative features. Next are Saga's investigative mechanics, particularly the case board and her profiling mechanics that she uses. And then finally, we have Alan's narrative mechanics. And I think it's worth saying that I didn't work on them directly, but it wouldn't really be an Alan Wake talk if we didn't cover the plot board and the echo scenes. Those were owned by Simon, but I will go through them so you can see them. And through the lens of these features, we'll showcase kind of how player expression was used to build investment and sort of create this illusion of story agency in Alan Wake 2. So let's talk character spaces. So character spaces are, as I said, how we internally referred to the mind place and the writer's room. And these were, as Simon liked to put it, our little narrative corner in the game. And they served as kind of holding areas for a lot of exposition. So the mind place and the writer's room, if you haven't played the game, are in-game environments that players could access at almost any time. You'd actually click a button on the controller to go to them, and they were these kind of cerebral mental spaces that were a metaphor for kind of what the character was thinking. They contained modules where players could engage with narrative mechanics, such as the plot board or the case board, but they also contain elements that were more traditionally found in menus, such as looking at your collectibles, applying upgrades, even viewing the map. So our first design rule for these spaces was that they needed to share enough common elements that players would not have to learn them twice. Like, we didn't want you to have to relearn how to use these spaces because you are actually in the game flipping between these 2 playable protagonists. It's not strictly a straight line. Some modules, like the map and collectibles, are present in both spaces, while others have kind of a counterpart. For example, there's a different type of interactive board or an upgrade system for the 2 playable characters. So how you control the character, interact with the space, enter or exit, all of these things are the same within the 2 spaces. It was really crucial that these spaces, as distinct as they were similar enough to give players this immediate understanding of how to engage with them and kind of what they were. So our second design rule was that character spaces needed to feel physical. In order to make them easier to understand and interact with, the spaces as well as the modules within them are grounded in a sort of metaphorical reality. So everything is based on real objects, familiar tropes and archetypes, stuff like that. You can see here a few examples of things that persisted from early development straight forward into the final version. For example, the plot board was like this chalkboard that had these typewritten index cards on it. Map module consisted of the actual maps we found in the world. They're just on the wall. Profiling module is just this table that's covered with photographs and sticky notes, really physical things. And then there is actually a real door that you can interact with to leave the space. If you don't want to button press, you can just walk up to the door and leave. And despite the magic, air quotes, of like teleporting the character to the space, the use of physical grounded environments filled with interactable objects really make the character spaces feel like they belong in the same world as the main game. But actual environments filled with objects are expensive. And many times over the course of development, it was strongly suggested that maybe we scope down these spaces into menus. The reasoning behind this was really easy to understand and relatable. You've got higher production costs, like let's model and light expensive, detailed environments that need to be stored in memory at all times. Challenging user experience, right? Suddenly we have this player camera, we have module cameras, we have new controls to teach, like all this stuff that you don't need if you have a menu. Also worse pacing, like it's kind of worth, you have to say it, right? Like you continually have to move into and out of the spaces. There's load time, there's added friction, and friction is something that I'll talk a lot about later. But despite that, we still really pushed hard for these spaces, and this is why. First of all, the gameplay features in the character spaces were suddenly real things that our characters were actually doing. And by proxy, they weren't taking our player kind of out of the moment, out of the narrative experience, the way that a menu would. Next, having these physical areas gave us this narrative corner, which allowed us to really cram narrative content in because the spaces themselves represent the characters, like they're inside the minds of the characters. So the environments and their contents can tell us a lot about the character's state of mind that it might not feel natural for the character to actually say out loud. Like, how many times have you heard your player character say something where it's like, okay, we get it, it's for me, you're saying that for me. And then finally, it also gave us a few extra opportunities to play with and even subvert the player expectation as we ended up actually incorporating some of these spaces into the flow of the critical path story. Which is a good segue into one of the narrative tricks that we actually used a lot in Alan Wake 2, using easy to understand concepts to reduce the mental load on the player. In this case, skeuomorphism is the term. Skeuomorphism, if you don't know, it's a UI design term, and it describes using a digital interface that mimics its real-world counterpart in either how it appears or maybe how the user interacts with it. And when onboarding complex mechanics, grounding visuals in these relatable analogs from the real world make them less intimidating and easier to pick up, which in turn buys us a lot more patience from players to understand other more complex ideas. And we have a lot of complex ideas for players to try and understand in Alan Wake 2, so we needed all the patience we could get. So now that we have covered the character spaces, we are free to talk about Saga's caseboard. So it's the mechanic that I was brought on to the project to own. So it's very near and dear to me. But I can't really explain the caseboard without first telling you a little bit about Saga and who she is. So who is Saga Anderson? Well, she is a talented FBI agent. She has a strong combat ability. She's a brilliant investigator, solver of impossible mysteries. She likes fiber crafts, turn-of-the-century architecture. She tells bad puns. What doesn't she do? And when it came to developing her narrative mechanics, we wanted to leverage some, if not all of these things to create this kind of powerful role-play fantasy with an emphasis on exploration and puzzle solving for her. But what does that look like on a design level? Well, basically, we dissected the fantasy of an FBI agent into a series of verbs, again, verbs, that our players could actually do. Like, what are the things that she does? Spoilers, most of them boil down to receive exposition, because we really love our complex stories. But so first we have gameplay conversation, which is talk to people in the world, which can feed or be fed by exploration. So, going to places, looking at stuff, that kind of thing. And then we also have profiling, which, if I'm totally honest, is a fancier version of gameplay conversation, but I'll explain that in a moment. And all of these things feed what I would call Saga's core mechanic, which is the case board. The case board is this, it's basically like this huge cork board where you take all the clues that you're acquiring through the other mentions, the other means on this diagram, and you place them in kind of this correct order to draw deductions. And this in turn can unlock gameplay conversations, profiling opportunities, even more exploration. So in summary, all the systems feed each other. But let's dig into the case board for a minute. So as I mentioned, it was Saga's core narrative mechanic. It was crucial to fulfilling the roleplay fantasy of being an FBI agent. So there was a lot of pressure to get it right. The early concept for this was inspired by the first season of True Detective, if you remember. We really wanted to give the player this cool wall where you would throw all of these clues that you had found on there and you'd kind of connect them to each other, different combinations leading to different deductions, this puzzle that only you, the player, could solve. This is obviously rough prototype, but you can see the general idea even early. The questions were loose and there was no order to anything. The emphasis was on the player freedom, a concept that felt so empowering and we thought would make the players feel really cool and smart. Or so we thought. Here is some fun pull quotes from our early user research testing. So what we thought was open and empowering was actually crippling and anxiety-inducing to our players. I won't really spend a lot of time on the slide, but the takeaway here was that players were really worried that they had missed something, and that made them extremely stressed. So, how do we address this? Well, don't worry, because our testers were full of very prescriptive suggestions. Things like, just make the clues easier to find, no problem. The player character could just say something out loud, like what if she gets near one and she just is like, hey, look over there. Or UI broadcasting that we'd missed something important on the board. So, just have it light up on the map, have a little interactive thing that comes up. The real note behind the note here was that players were feeling anxiety because they didn't know if they had found what they needed to move forward. So it wasn't necessarily what they needed, that they needed to find the clues more easily. It's that they needed to know if it was okay to keep going. And but the problem was that adding like red arrows with neon blinking lights on the clues was not really going to solve that problem. What could solve that problem, though? Yes. What could solve that problem was flowcharts. Super sexy. But hear me out. So getting rid of these scary open spaces that could contain any number of floating clues and instead tying everything together with string. Questions themselves in this version of the case board became far less open than they had been, more targeted with clearer, perceivable answers. Progression forward was often gated by answering those questions. New questions, for the most part, would unlock only upon the completion of the previous question, and then the string kind of linking everything helped players feel this kind of sense of momentum forward, like they were making this progress. Also, by gating in-game progression behind answering key questions, players could be sure that they had found at least the minimum number of clues necessary to move on. Using flowcharts created a clear progression and alleviated anxiety by telling our players, it's okay, you may not have found everything, but it is safe to keep going. And more questions with less clues per question meant players were solving things more often, which was hopefully making them feel smart and successful. Unfortunately, at this point, a new problem revealed itself. Dramatic pause. The case board looked like a total mess. So players were enjoying the new presentation, but they were still allowed this free placement and positioning of the clues that they had collected. This is a feature from the previous, more puzzly version of the board, and we had thought that this was kind of this fun player expression opportunity, right? You can't pick what you're doing, but you can pick how you do it, where you kind of build your own board, as it were. But the problem with free placement was that it led to people not remembering where they'd put things, and they were actually getting lost in the boards of their own creation, which was not awesome. God help you if you went away for the weekend and came back and you're like, what was this? So this cool fantasy of this cluttered, player-driven case board was becoming essentially a usability nightmare. And with tears in our eyes, we ended up cutting the free placement in favor of the fixed layout that you see in the game today. A loss for player expression, but a win for usability. And this is a great example of a lingering idea from an older version of a feature that was tied to a goal that no longer existed. We had been moving away from the puzzle aspect of the case board for a while. The fact that free placement survived as long as it did was kind of a testimonial to the fact that we just thought it was cool and we wanted to give ownership to the players. But it wasn't really serving what the boards had become. So, in the end, what had the boards become? Well, the boards were still relevant to the investigation. Placement of clues gated progression in some instances and often unlocked new objectives. But the function of Saga's case board had gradually shifted from this proactive but ultimately frustrating player-driven puzzle-solving mechanic to a reactive way for players to understand what was happening in the story, which sounds eerily like another familiar narrative mechanic. It's journal. We had spent several years accidentally reverse engineering a journal just with extra steps. Great. So what is the bright side here? Well, it's about how you look at it, right? A low expression puzzle mechanic becomes a high expression journal mechanic. The key was admitting to ourselves that this is what this thing really was, what the game needed it to be, and letting it become the best version of that rather than a mediocre version of something old that we just couldn't let go of. So how do we do that? Well, the very act of gathering and applying clues built player investment in the deductions drawn on the board. We essentially allowed our players to unlock and fill in their own journal entries, and in so doing, help players retain that information far better than if they had just been reading it. Broadcasting missed opportunities is something both Simone and I know well from our days in branching narrative. It's really powerful for players to see what they didn't do and wish they'd done it. It's powerful not just in motivating exploration, but showcasing the impact of player choice along the way. And then finally, we could have auto-placed clues for players who did not enjoy this mechanic. It would have been easier for us, honestly, and it definitely would have helped with pacing, but it also would have sucked. Minimal interaction, still better than no interaction, and servicing a minority of players who were not enjoying this mechanic by diminishing it for everybody by diminishing it for everyone else wasn't something we really wanted to do. We believed in this mechanic and we wanted it to be as good as it could be. Though to be totally honest, there are a couple of times where we do sneaky auto-place some clues for you. We just try not to let you know we're doing it. Next, there is one more mechanic on Saga's side that I want to discuss, and it's profiling. What makes it super noteworthy, as I mentioned earlier, is that it really is just a gameplay conversation with a fancy wrapper. So before I get too deep, quickly explaining what profiling is. So Saga has this ability where she can sit down in her mind place, that mental space, with a key person of interest and analyze what that person knows. Often unlocking new clues, gameplay conversations outside of the mind place, that kind of thing. We wanted a way for the player to talk to NPCs without having to backtrack around the game to find them. And we also wanted an opportunity to fulfill the FBI fantasy of interrogation. So using the mind place rather than a regular gameplay conversation made a lot of sense to us. One other reason it exists is because we have a lot of exposition in this game. It's a very story-heavy game. And we did not want the player locked into increasingly repetitive gameplay conversations, like they all have the same presentation. Players get bored, they'd stop paying attention, and then they wouldn't know what was going on. So we needed varied ways to relay our exposition. So initially, profiling was way more mundane than what shipped. It all still took place inside of Saga's mental space, but talking to a profiling target felt a lot more like a normal conversation in tone, which was supported by the fact that the person was actually seated like casually opposite you at the table. Yeah, it was in your mental space, but it still felt really grounded. Too grounded, in fact. It was starting to beg the question in user testing, what makes this even different from a regular gameplay conversation at all? And as discussed, here, I'll play it one more time while I keep talking. And as discussed, we already knew the answer was nothing. But players perceiving that it was essentially the same was the problem. So what was the answer? Making the mechanic more meaningfully different would have introduced design complexity in an already narratively complex story, and we didn't really think that would help the player absorb exposition any better, which is the primary reason for the mechanic in the first place. And we didn't have time to support a more complex mechanic either. So what could we do? Change the presentation is the answer. It really is that simple sometimes. The issue with the mechanic was not what we were doing. After all, we know gameplay conversations work and they provide meaningful player expression opportunities. The problem was that we needed to disguise how similar profiling was to gameplay conversation. So in this case, the difference in presentation really was enough to create the needed impact. Visuals, audio, mystery, these were all our friends, and we leveraged them without needing to change the DNA of the concept at all. What we had worked, we knew it worked. How we were showing it to the player was the problem. So now I'm going to show a quick video of what this ended up looking like. Again, before we watch, no meaningful design changes from a gameplay conversation here. Saga asks a question, Saga gets an answer, but it's how it happens that is meaningful.
Nightingale's heart. Where is it?
While they played cards in the general store, the witch had stolen his heart. Get out of my house.
Nightingale's heart is at the general store, in a fridge.
So, in my opinion, this is a great example of how it takes a village, right? When design, art, audio, lighting, and writing all work together, you can make something really unique and cool. So let's take a step back and review what we have here for Saga. We have a mine place that could have been a menu. We have a case board that could have been a journal. And we have a profiling mechanic that could have been a gameplay conversation. And you know what? Instead of tinkering with and jacking up the scope on all of these small features, we probably could have used that scope to create a larger prestige mechanic. But in my opinion, simple mechanics that intertwine and support one another and the story at large are very superior to complex mechanics that live by themselves. And by taking simple concepts, the menu, the journal, the conversations, and asking ourselves how we could cram exposition into them until they practically exploded, we ended up building this interconnected ecosystem of player interaction, taking something tired and expected and transforming it into this unique but cohesive player experience that really supported the fantasy of the character. And we found this to be a way more meaningful use of our time. But enough about Saga. Let's talk about Alan. He's on the cover. So, who is Alan Wake? Alan is a professional writer who, in the previous game, if you didn't play it, he ends up trapped in this place called the Dark Place. Dark Place is a nightmarish dimension. It takes Alan's writing and physically manifests it, and Alan is trying to kind of exploit that in order to write his way out of it and escape. However, unlike investigating, the act of writing is not the most exciting player fantasy in practice. Writing is mostly an internal process, and compared to Saga, this really cool FBI agent with access to a gun and stuff, the verbs for being a writer are not immediately attractive. Luckily for us, the meta-narrative imagined by Sam, our creative director, offered a solution. So Alan is writing his way out of the dark place by solving this kind of hard-boiled detective mystery in which he is also the main character, which is this meta kind of layered narrative. So we have Alan the writer, trapped inside the writer's room, that's his mental space we talked about earlier, and he's considering and working on the story that he wants to write. And then we have Alan the detective, who is the hero of the manuscript that is being written by Alan the writer, moving through the dark place. And Alan the detective is solving mysteries. He's searching for inspiration, he's being attacked, and all kinds of other fun verbs that players like to experience. So Alan writes, and he stars in the novel that he's writing. And if you haven't played it, it's pretty much as weird as it sounds. So this allowed us, creating kind of Alan the detective, allowed us to break down the fantasy of being a writer into a few steps. So it starts by finding inspiration. So finding elements in the world around us that will feed the manuscript. And this is Alan the detective's, this is the part where Alan the detective kind of explores the world beyond the writer's room. Then we have Alan the writer trapped inside the writer's room. He's using the inspiration gathered by Alan the detective to figure out what the story needs. And then finally, Alan the detective gets to see the impact of the changes on the story made by Alan the writer, and he kind of draws his own conclusions about that. And then the player goes through this loop many times through each of Alan's chapters. It's worth noting that finding inspiration was really tricky to turn into a gameplay mechanic. We went through a ton of different versions, but overall the complexity was just too high on most of them, and we needed to leave room for other gameplay mechanics in the dark place, like the light shifters and different things that are less narrative heavy, so we're not covering them in this talk. But to reduce the complexity, we dug into our pile of prototypes from the concepting phase, and we settled on this alignment, kind of using alignment to trigger echo scenes, what we called echo scenes. It's simple and effective. Alan literally needs to approach things from another angle to find inspiration. You have to look at it from another angle. I always thought that was an amazing metaphor. I did not come up with it myself. The echo scenes themselves are just cutscenes placed in the environment, waiting to be triggered by the player being in the right place, looking at the right thing. Once again, we took something already existing and simply changed the presentation to give variety. So the whole thing was a bit low agency, honestly, but it was motivated by interaction, and the visual presentation of echo scenes demanded attention. With the low light and the ephemeral visuals, we force, or at least heavily invite, the player to look closely. It was a risky move, as players still have the option to simply walk away, but even that can be helpful. Knowing that you can leave and choosing to stay is better than being forced to stay. So turning what could have been a low agency cutscene into a higher agency echo scene is an example of intentional friction. It's a trick that we used a number of times throughout Alan Wake 2. The character space is another good example of this. By adding friction, we increase the cost/investment of the player to get what they want, hopefully making it more valuable because effort was expended to get it. Think of friction like spice. Some is great, too much is terrible, and highly subjective. And we found it really important to use friction very carefully, as it can be detrimental to the game experience, and every player has a different threshold for how much is too much. It's really about finding a balance. So, finally, let's discuss Alan's plot board. So there were many early concepts for the plot board, all of which happened before my time on the project. But things I heard referenced around the studio from these early versions included stuff like procedural writing, cut-up poetry, abstract writing using idea combinations. Like, there were a lot of different really interesting ideas pursued for like the actions that Alan would be doing in his writer's room. However, none of these things really took. Like they didn't set in due to the complexity and, frankly, localization issues. I think it's worth noting that making a game about a writer writing really challenging for localization. So in the end, we decided to explore a concept that was similar to Saga's board, which you can see here. The dark place, for context, operates through this kind of dream logic and rituals. And Alan's goal in this was to decipher that logic and those rituals and find ways to take advantage of them. He would need to solve a ritual at key locations to progress to the next, finding clues and deciding which ones were most fitting. Players would collect the clues, and then they'd use them to validate the correct answer on the board and create new connections on the map, which would ungate progression in the physical space. Doing it like Saga, air quotes, would help us leverage our learnings from developing the case board, and it would make the development easier and faster. Or so we thought. So, like with the case board, we are big believers in testing our concepts and prototypes early and often, and we did a round of user testing on the dark place, including the plot board, and after some intense and frankly hurtful feedback, we came to the conclusion that it was, I think, not very good. People didn't like it. Testing early also means failing early. Sad face. So clearly following in Saga's footsteps here would not work because, and surprise, writing a story, not actually the same as solving a crime. Maybe some overlap, but not so much. So our wish for commonality was really clashing with the fantasy, and it was becoming increasingly obvious that we would need to change the metaphor for this mechanic. Which sent us back to the board, pun intended, and to reviewing old prototypes and ideas that we had had previously. We eventually dug up an idea for a mechanic where writing would kind of rearrange preset scenes to change what the player sees in the game. Essentially, it was this like lock and key puzzle where players needed to find the right combination of story items in order to progress. It was an intriguing idea, and we decided to run with it. And after a few design rounds, we felt confident that we could actually find a way to make it work. So it was all about clearly defining what you could actually permutate. So scenes became these specific locations that you could actually impact, and choices would be represented by plot elements, which were unlocked via echo scenes that you saw earlier. So you'd go and you'd find these echo scenes, you'd watch them, and then a new plot element would be unlocked that you could use in the writer's room. Similar to Saga, they're all feeding each other. Mission design, at this point, began planning the puzzle progression. And so from the narrative design side, it all really became about presentation, fulfilling the fantasy and making the combination puzzles actually accessible to our players, which was actually quite challenging. So we had a lot of iterations on the plot board, way, way more than I have shown here today. And there were many, the thing about this was there were many self-imposed constraints that made the plot board design process a lot more difficult than perhaps it really needed to be. Things like the case board and the plot board functionality needing to be mirrored, like that was something we decided, and it actually ended up making things harder when we thought it would make it easier. Using photographs instead of chalk drawings, removing the clutter, reimagining the board to be clearer and more visual and more understandable than what an actual writer would actually do, these all helped the plot board immensely and made for a way better player experience. Over the course of development, it can be all too easy to kind of trap ourselves in prisons of our own making. I think everybody does this, right? Like, oh, we're gonna architect worlds, and it's like it has to obey these rules. And the only escape, frankly, is by bending your own rules, letting go of these self-imposed constraints, and that can be really hard to do. It can be hard to kind of wake yourself up to that. And this is where having a lot of really talented people on staff and their really talented opinions is super valuable. There's usually somebody who can think outside of the box and kind of snap you out of it. Do we really need to do this? Is this really important? The divergence between Saga's board and Alan's board make complete sense in hindsight. But at the time, we were still really attached to the commonality between the two, and it was really hard to find our footing and develop two different boards that would share interactions while answering very different needs. But in the end, after a ton of iteration, we found our plot board, and with all of its different combinations of story for the player to explore. So it was ultimately a success. So I'm going to play a video. We can check it out, and then I will explain a little bit about where we landed.
It's getting real, all right. I recognize my writer's room on the stage.
The final version of the mechanic had players explore and discover story combinations, then decide if the one that they had found was the one that Alan needed to move forward. The story was strictly defined now, and there was only one right answer, so less play than we had initially developed. The specific combination of scenes and elements were needed, and due to the nature of the dark place as well as our own complex narrative, the correct answer was not always very easy to find, but that wasn't necessarily a bad thing either. Rather than forcing the player to find one key to one lock, we instead gave them many keys, all of which unlocked something. The curious player could always explore all the combinations, and while finding the solution by deciphering the dream logic felt most rewarding to our team internally, finding the solution by trying things at random still fell within acceptable parameters and gave players a lot to see along the way. So it was cool. It was fine. Is this agency? Not really, but it is engaging. Dream logic and right answers don't really mix anyway, so why not? So what did we learn? Combination puzzles can be fun and engaging to use, but you need to keep the wrong answers interesting enough that they still have value for the player and reward the effort of trying. Also, letting the player experiment is a great way to give more agency. Even if there is only one right answer, hiding it among the wrong answers and allowing the player to identify the solution themselves gives the sense of ownership that we're looking for, ownership over the solution. And then it also creates new opportunities. Some of these wrong solutions can still yield conditionally available narrative content, as well as, encounters and ammunition and all that good stuff, further encouraging exploration and experimentation. So obviously, this has a cost, and it is all about managing the scope and effort poured into each part of the game, but it really worked for us. So in the end, what am I trying to say with this talk? Well, obviously, I wanted to show off some of the cool things that we did and some of the stuff that we learned over the course of developing Alan Wake 2. But I guess at its heart, what I really want to say is that it can be very easy to throw your hands up and say, well, story doesn't match the verbs, but it is what it is, and just kind of hope for the best. But video games are not film, they're not television, and a great story that isn't incorporated into gameplay, into the mechanics, the verbs, the what you're doing in the game, it not only feels jarring, it actually can be harder to understand. Narrative design is a lot more than simple dialogue implementation. I think I say that in every talk I give. It's like we're so much more than dialogue implementation. Gameplay and storytelling really do go hand in hand. It is possible, and it can be really fun. And even if you can't increase the story agency or add new verbs to your game, it is still possible to make small changes within the confines of your game and find ways to bring in more player expression. Look for ways to add interactivity to your story without changing it. It's possible. This is at least what worked for us. That's all I have. Thank you for coming. I will take question or two. I think there's some time if you have them.
Nice talk. May I just ask, you mentioned you worked before on Telltale Games and before on another studio. Can you mention briefly what games you worked on before?
I worked at Bad Robot Games, and I worked probably the two titles, Weird West and Moonbreaker were two of the titles I worked on while I was there.
Weird West is cool. Thanks.
Sorry?
Weird West is cool.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the talk. I had a question about Saga's profiling. Over the course of the game, it kind of changes contexts for the player, I feel like, and Saga in terms of what it means and what she's actually doing. I'm trying not to spoil anything, right? Was that something that you had from the beginning as like a goal for that mechanic, or did it arrive naturally in some way?
It absolutely was a goal. So even in the marketing of the game, we were very careful about how we describe profiling, and I guess cover your ears if you're thinking about playing this and you haven't. But yeah, you go into the game, Saga does a very good job of presenting it as like, oh, this is kind of a metaphor for a thing that I do and how I think. And over the course of the game, it becomes increasingly apparent that no, she has a superpower. So we actually did work on that. And like as you start, it's a kind of, the profiling itself doesn't truly change, but kind of it's a great example of how information you're receiving recontextualizes how profiling feels. And then by the time you get to that one specific scene toward the end of the game where you actually have a profiling target saying some really mean things to you, I feel like that's kind of the climax of a lot of that mechanic. And I think mechanics can and should have climaxes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi. Do you like true crime stories? And maybe you have ever thought about investigation in real life?
Oh, do I like true crime? Hilariously, no. My sister loves it. And when I started on the project, I was like, oh, maybe I should listen to some, and it really freaks me out. But I actually think that kind of helps me because I am easily unnerved by things like that. So when I had to go through and do, I actually took a lot of these screenshots that shipped for the Polaroids, and like some of those really gross ones of Nightingale were just like, I don't like this. But yeah, no, I don't actually like true crime myself. It's just my job.
I was wondering, how did you become a narrative designer?
Oh, that's a great question. I feel like you ask 12 different narrative designers, you'll get 12 totally different answers. You can go to school for it now, I'm told. I didn't. I went to school as a concept artist. My husband, Eric, who's actually moderating a panel later today and also works at Remedy, likes to joke that everybody rides into the games industry on a bulldozer, destroying the path they took behind them. For myself, I started as a concept artist. I went to school for art. I got a fine arts degree, got hired as a concept artist, and then just ended up in a lot of design meetings because concept needs to be involved very early, and I can't keep my mouth shut. So I just started saying what I thought. And I was very fortunate to have a lot of very supportive people around me who were like, maybe you should just take the design test. And that's kind of how I ended up in it. So. But yes, if you have, we can talk afterward if you're looking for actual help.
Hi, I really love your talk, and so I don't really like scary games when I play them alone. So I always play them with my dad, and we played Alan Wake together, and that was the first time I managed to actually hold the controller while playing, because whenever it got scary, I could escape into the mind place. Mm-hmm. Like whenever I get a clue, I put it on the board. Was that intentional to make it cozy and not as scary as the rest of the game?
Well, it's funny. There's actually, funny might not be the right word. There's a technical issue where it was a technical constraint. You're actually not paused when you're in the mind place. So it feels safe. but it is not. And if an enemy attacks you, you actually get knocked right out of it. But I agree with you. I actually am also very easily stressed, and I do find kind of retreating into that space can feel really good. I selfishly kind of wish that we could pause the game while you were in there, just to like take a little breather. But yeah, I will say too, on a higher level, you know, you can't maintain a fever pitch of stress or fear. Like you can't keep people up here all the time. You have to come down to be scared again. And so I think, you know, things like the Mind Place and offering a breather, but also silly, you know, movies of the Koskela brothers and, you know, like these different things that we did in the game were all designed to kind of say, no, it's okay. You can relax now. We're not going to scare you right now. Also, I love that you played with your dad. I played Alan Wake 1 with my mom, and I'm a huge fan of people playing games with their parents. So
yeah, I promised him I would say hi.
Oh, hello. Hi, Dad.
Thank you.
Thanks for playing.
Hello. I was planning on asking this, or catching you during the lunch break, but people must hear this publicly. And I really hope this question resonates with you.
I'm stressed.
What is it like working with Sam Lake the Hack?
The what?
You're probably not familiar with the meme, but it's
Maybe I'm not.
No, Sam Lake is brilliant. Absolutely amazing. But I believe it's very well known. He is interesting, to put it the least.
What do you mean?
Put it in the best manners. No, he's absolutely brilliant. He is. I'm just really wondering, what is it like working with him?
That's a great question. What's it like working with Sam? Sam is brilliant. Sam is the kind of person where he'll start describing an idea and you're like, I have no idea where this is going and I have no idea how we're going to make it. And then by the end of the sentence or the paragraph, you're like, I love this and we will figure it out. Like, we'll just figure it out together. He is incredibly brilliant. He thinks about things from so many directions. There would be times where I'd be like, oh, we should cut this line. We don't need it. And then I'd find out that that line was a piece of poetry that was used in an ARG in 2016, and it ties into the song lyric. And, you know, it's just like, it's trying to think in a 4D chess kind of capacity. And I don't really know how he does it. But it's a great testimonial. Like in my career, I always like to work with people who are smarter and more brilliant than I am, because you just learn so much more from people like that. And yeah, he's definitely one of those guys. But he's also a really nice guy.
Yeah,
really nice guy.
I'd do many things to spend a meeting with that man. I hope, I wish. Oh, yeah,
well, don't be one of those people who camps outside of the office. That scares us.
No.
Our office isn't even that good looking. You don't need to come. It's just a gate.
No, but that was a satisfying answer, kind of what I expected. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Anything else, or?
Okay, no more questions? I think that's it. Thank you so much, Molly, for a fantastic talk.
Thank you.
Great, so that brings us to lunch now. So it's going to be served out in the open, lobby, foyer? Open area outside. So please enjoy lunch, and if you could be back here for 1 o'clock for our last few talks of the day. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for getting back on time for our last 3 talks of the day. So our first speaker this afternoon has held design roles at Frontier Developments, Creative Assembly, Sumo Digital and Surgeon Studio. He's just taken on the role of lead combat designer at Dambuster, but is here to talk about the last project that he worked on as lead designer over at Surgeon. So here to take us through designing gameplay to align with the cultural influences of Bantu mythology and personal emotional story at the heart of Tales of Kanzara, Zhao. Please welcome Zai Peters.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch, and I would just like to check quickly. You can all hear me okay? Yeah? Cool, excellent. Welcome to my talk, Designing Tales of Kanzara Zhao, and thank you for taking the time to join me as I hope to give you more insight into the development process of the game. So, first up, let me just take you through a quick agenda for this presentation. In just a minute, I'll take you through an overview of the information I'm trying to pass on to you. I will then give a brief introduction to myself and an overview, an overview of the game, Tales of Kanzara Zhao. Following this, I'll go over some of the key components of the game's vision. Once we're done with that, we'll take a look at the ideas from that vision and how they were conveyed through the game's core design and level design. And lastly, we'll conclude the session with a Q&A. So feel free to start thinking of your questions and during the presentation and raise them at the end, and we'll hopefully be able to provide you answers to them. Right then, without further ado, let's begin. So, as a result of listening to this presentation, there are several key learning outcomes that I hope that you can take away with you for consideration. The idea being is that you may find these relevant for your own projects that you're either working on now or in the future and can apply them to enrich the experience. Firstly, let me just preface this with that I'm not advocating that this approach should be taken with all types of games. There are many different types of games, and you need to consider the type of experience that is right for your game and the values that you're trying to convey. So, there might be various points that you can take away from this talk, as we'll be covering quite a few things. However, I think the main ones are how theme as a core of the development of Tales of Kanzara Zhao benefited the game for the development and also for the player experience. Then I'll show you some different routes we pursued in trying to help convey theme through the game's design. Lastly, it'll be knowing examples how we executed on those options in their actual implementation into the game. Next, I'm just going to take a moment to tell you a bit about myself to give you a better understanding of the perspective that this talk is coming from and give you a general overview of the game to give some surface level context. Then I'll be going on to talk about in the talk. So, who am I? My name is Zai Peters, and I've been working in the games industry for 16 years now. I made my start in the industry working in QA, which gave me lots of valuable insight into the development process before transitioning over to design. My design experience earlier on in my career has been more focused in the areas of level, mission, or quest design. So a mixture of blocking level layouts and designing and scripting mission or quest flow. In more recent years, my role and responsibilities has broadened out to game design and working on a range of mechanics and systems, and also to leadership, contributing to the project vision, determining processes, scheduling workloads, and managing people. If you haven't already recognised from my accent, I'm from the UK, which is where my whole career up to now has been based. I've worked across a range of types of studios, from smaller studios with an indie focus to large studios with multiple teams and/or sites that are more geared towards AAA development. Very recently, I just started my new role as lead combat designer at Dambuster Studios, but today I'll be talking to you about my experience working on my most recently released title while working at Surgeon Studios. Speaking of titles, so the diverse range of studios I've worked at has also led to the opportunity for me to work on a diverse range of games. The games here are those that I've worked on in a design capacity, but there are others I've worked on in other roles as well, such as racing games and many other things. The titles I've worked on span a variety of different platforms, whether it be console, PC, console, or mobile. They include different genres such as action adventure, spaceflight combat, RTS, stealth, and just general adventure games. There are also a range of age ratings which sometimes relates to the target demographic as well, which can and has impacted the approach to the development of some of those games. Leading up to the most recently released game I've worked on, which I'm here to talk to you about today. So no worries if you haven't played the game. We'll take a quick look at the reveal trailer of the game to give you a decent overview of what it is about before we dive a bit deeper in, behind the making of it.
Every story begins at the end of another. Each story carries with it the echoes of those that came before. My Baba, my father, your story was snatched away too soon. My name is Zhao, a shaman of Kenzera. Here, I seek my father's return. I will not stop. Kalunga, God of Death, hear my plea. Kalunga, God of Death, come to me. Show me you are ready.
So, as you can see from the trailer, the game is a side-scrolling action game comprising of fast-paced traversal, exploring exotic lands, and combat against strange mythical creatures. However, there's also a strong sense of character and narrative as well. So the game was released for Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC on the 23rd of April earlier this year. And we were very proud of what we accomplished with the final result. It's never easy developing and making it all the way to releasing a game, but it's also managed to get a good critical reception from a lot of the media outlets. With the critics it resonated with, I find the truly interesting part, the words where they used to describe their experience. Looking above here, we're seeing descriptions like human experience. For a number of the reviews, there's a recurring sentiment of the critics being touched by the experience of the game. And here you can see like some more things like meditation, insightful, heartfelt, and so on. And it's not things you maybe typically associate with being feedback that you would get from playing a game. So, what was the concept that led to this connection to evoke this response? Let's rewind back and start at the beginning. So in creating the high-level vision for the game, we had a lot of the typical vision tools, such as the studio and project goals, the game pillars, quality benchmarks, competitor analysis, target audience, player types, and gameplay loops. I came aboard to the project right near the beginning of the development, and although a lot of these tools I've mentioned came into being for the project after I started, there was a really strong idea of the vision for the game and the desired achievement. The creative director at Surgeon Studios, Abu Bakr Salim, had the strong desire to create a game that was based upon his own personal experience, dealing with the grief he suffered from the loss of his father. It being a means to explore the events and feelings associated with that time, to process those emotions and expressing them through a creative work of art. He felt the only way he could effectively convey this was to take an audience on that journey in a more involved way in an interactive medium. The theme of grief would go on to form the basis for the narrative pillar of telling this coming-of-age story. You might recognize him from some of his acting roles as well. So he's the voice of Bayek in Assassin's Creed Origins, and also starred in Raised by Wolves, the TV series, and also in the second season of House of the Dragon. At the same time, it was an experience built to honor his father and celebrate his heritage, building a world that would take inspiration from the myths and folklore tales of the Bantu region of the African continent that were told to him as a child. Bantu is a name given to the group of people that speak a collection of languages from many different indigenous ethnic groups, ranging from Central to Southern Africa. The different Bantu cultures contain many rich myths and legends that are typically not widely known about outside the Bantu region. This gave the vision a strong stylistic identity. Both these aspects were a strong draw for me in wanting to work on the project. I also had a personal connection too, as I had lost my father and could easily relate to the emotional journey. Plus, as a big fan of ancient mythologies, such as Greek, Norse, Egyptian, Japanese and Chinese, I loved having my eyes and mind being opened up to these different geographical pantheons, or being inspired by different takes from entertainment media on them. And this, is inspiring had been inspiring for me to go out and seek to learn more from other sources. I wasn't familiar with anything from Bantu tales prior to starting on the project, but everything I was hearing was sounding wildly rich and imaginative. It was a tantalizing opportunity to create a game in that space, and hopefully do the same for Bantu as what has already been done for more widely familiar mythologies. So, during development, we had a fair number of discussions about what the player fantasy was for this game. What's the aspirational role that we're providing as a wish fulfillment for the player? We knew the role of shaman fulfilled the spiritual qualities we wanted, in addition to the supernatural abilities that we were planning on having. And we knew Zhao was going to be the protagonist of the game, was going to be athletically traversing the environment and combating restless spirits and solving puzzles, as is typical of the wider action-adventure genre. We wanted Zhao to feel as though he belonged, doing these actions. With Zhao, we combined both the role of warrior and shaman to form a fitting hybrid for the experience we were creating, crossing the combat prowess with the mastery of the supernatural power, all in the aim of healing people and restless spirits. Because this is something we had to try and make sure as well was going to fit alongside the idea of grief, because in theory, it kind of sounded maybe like a little bit at odds with each other. Another thing that we had was like this framing device that I really wanted to do. So it's the idea of how the structure of the narrative for the game would have a framing device of a story within a story. This is set up beginning with the young boy of Zuberi, whom in the present era is struggling with the death of his father. Through his eyes, we are taken on a journey when he discovers a book left to him by his late father that whisks our imaginations off to a fantastical land of Konsoll. It's here where most of the game takes place, as we follow another young boy, Zhao, as he takes on the same struggle. Afrofuturism is a term you may or may not be familiar with. At a surface level, it's a cultural aesthetic that combines science fiction, history, and fantasy, and is used to refer to media such as literature, music, and the visual and interactive arts that explores the intersection of fantasy or technology through the lens of African culture. It was something that was important for us to be aware of and note as a categorization that could be applied to the game. There was a very specific genre Abu also had in mind that would be the right fit for this expression, and that is the Metroidvania genre. What is Metroidvania, you might be asking? The word Metroidvania is a portmanteau of the titles Metroid and Castlevania, and is used to categorize games of a similar vein. It is often considered a subgenre of action-adventure video games. So they are characterized by a large non-linear, interconnected world. Progression requires the player to move back and forth through previously discovered areas. The world rewards the adventurous players with secrets and shortcuts. As the player progresses, their character is also on a journey of growth and becoming stronger and more capable with the new abilities they acquire. The world is primarily gated as well by different player character abilities that are acquired as the player progresses, enabling further exploration as well. So Metroidvania is a pretty popular genre, both in the indie game development community and with players around the world. It was a particular game for our creative director that made it all click into place as to using this genre to convey the subjects he wanted to focus on. It was while shooting the first season of the TV show Raised by Wolves in South Africa that Abu was spending some of his spare time playing through Ori and the Blind Forest on his Nintendo Switch. and it's then at this point where it struck him. Although Ori and the Blind Forest served as the light bulb moment for the pairing of the Metroidvania genre, it wasn't the only touchstone we had. As an avid player of many games, there were also some other Metroidvania games that Abu would then call back to that he had previously played, namely the Guacamelee series and Sundered. However, as a fan of the genre, there were many games that were Metroidvanias that the team had already played, and for those that we hadn't, we would make the time to research them. Although they all are in the same genre and they share many similarities, we would then have to just find like some of the nuances that you could find between them, and sometimes there'd be more significant ones. And this was important as we would then try to find our own identity within the Metroidvania space. Throughout development, we would see additional worthy titles in the genre being released that would also give us food for thought. So, how does this work in terms of pairing with our genre? The reason for choosing the Metroidvania genre is due to the tropes of being thrown into an unknown world alone that is like an environmental spatial puzzle that at first you are ill-equipped to solve. You're kind of restricted from escaping along with being given enough freedom to be made uncertain as to how to get out. As you progress, the borders of this puzzle expand. This was being viewed as an analogy for the initial state of feeling during the infliction of grief. As someone becomes more accustomed to the feeling of grief, as they begin to process it, they become better equipped with the tools to deal with those impacts. This was being thought of as similar to the character growth through the acquisition of new abilities that unlock the relative gates in the levels of a Metroidvania. In addition, the non-linear structure of the world helps to convey the non-linear journey through grief. There are ups and downs, and there are setbacks and progressions. In addition to being a Metroidvania, Abba really wanted a strong combat focus for the game. For this, we looked outside of the Metroidvania genre towards third-person action games, the main touchstones being things like the Devil May Cry series and God of War. As you can see, there's a very frenetic but fluid energy to their combat systems, which we wanted to try and capture in our own game. So here I'm just about to show you some examples of some player profiles that we created for the game. So it's quite important to understand who you're making the game for. So we would use a number of different psychological player profile models that were already out there from researchers, and then applying them to our own game. So for example, this was for the more casual players. We kind of labeled the Tinkerer. And we would then look at the different motivational values for them playing games in general and seeing what elements of our game would then help to appeal to them. This here was the Chronicler, which was our kind of main sort of player category. So we would then consider these in terms of like a percentage of prioritizing which ones were the most important. So basically, one of the big things with the Chronicler is their wish fulfillment of becoming somebody else somewhere else, right? They're really into playing out these fantasies. The Vanquisher is another one that's quite high up, and they're more about challenge and skill that's been presented in the games. There's less of a focus in terms of like the story and the fiction behind them, and it's more about the skill, how they can get better. And so we would look at different aspects, specifically in our sort of traversal systems and our combat systems that would appeal to them. So as a startup studio with a new team, the company culture was forming as we were developing the game. As the values of the studio became defined, it's recognizable that there is a synergy between the content we were creating and the culture of the team of people behind it. So, Immerse. This was all about creating this binding connection between the player and the player character that acts as a gateway of escapism into unique worlds to truly captivate the player. Illuminate. This is about opening the player's eyes and expanding their awareness through the exploration of unique perspectives in search of what makes us all human, rewarding them with emotionally rich human truths that shape our real world. And Inspire. From their experience, players are growing a better understanding of themselves and others, empowering them to embrace change and overcome its challenges. So they're taking something from the game, and there's a learning that they can also then take out into the real world, into their real lives. So just as a recap, there's quite a few bits and pieces that I went over there, but kind of coming back to what was kind of at the forefront of the critics' minds in the reviews, kind of relate a lot back to theme. So when I'm talking about theme, I'm using it in a similar context as in literature, film, and TV, where theme is used to describe the central and unifying idea or principle of the story. Audiences across all media generally don't like to be preached to. The more effective way of presenting a theme is to take a central idea and present one of many possible perspectives on it. It's then up to the audience to then decipher the message and come up with their own interpretation of the moral of the story for themselves. The theme is the creator's view of how to act in the world, and their work of art is an expression of that. You need to ensure your theme is a universal truth, and by that I mean it's a typical of human nature, where the idea can resonate on a wide scale, and many individuals can all connect around that theme. Inherently, this also makes the theme more impactful and memorable as it connects to on an emotional level. And then, I think one of the other aspects as well with the kind of the Bantu inspiration has been, about being curious and exploring the unfamiliar to be inspired. Whether that may be like less explored regions of the world, cultures, or periods in time, and taking them and infusing those into your own game. And then it's kind of like finding out how the conventions of your genre and the ideas of your theme connect and complement and embody each other. Look for the analogies you can make and the unification you can create through, a lot of its kind of symbology, really. Okay, so let's take a look at the game design. So really about how we start to take this vision and bring it into the actual game. When I joined the team, my focus on the project was overseeing how we realised the concept of this heartfelt story of grief, and in combination with Bantu mythology in an action and adventure package as an engaging and compelling interactive experience. How do we build this vision through mechanics that focus on dexterous hand-eye coordination and responsive time-sensitive reactions that can stand at odds with the typical tonal feeling of the abstract idea of grief? At the core of our game design was the idea of these two cosmically powered masks that the player character Zhao is equipped with, which he inherits from his recently deceased father, the Mask of the Moon and the Mask of the Sun. Masks are a common cultural item across many African tribes, and there's already a lot of pre-established symbology there. The idea of masks was also related to the parts of ourselves that we hide or that we adopt when facing deep emotional struggles such as grief. For us, this was the basis of our toolbox to help overcome the challenge placed in front of us. The idea of multiple masks, each with a specific functionality that could be switched between at will to overcome the corresponding challenge, fit perfectly with the journey of grief we were trying to convey. Achieving this in a mechanical and systemic way at a symbolic level. With the Mask of the Moon, we focused on ranged combat and crowd control. And with the Mask of the Sun, we focus on close quarters combat that is more singular target focused. What we didn't want was the player just choosing a personal preference and just sticking with that for the majority of the game. However, we also didn't want to be too restrictive as to the uses of the masks, where everything just becomes very prescribed. So really an element of self-expression for the player. There's a bit of a balancing act in our approach. We could achieve this just in Zhao's own ability set, where some moves in one mask might combine well with the other moves in the opposite mask. The other way was to do this through obstacles in the world, where we presented the most advantageous use cases for each of the masks and then set up challenges aligned to each of them. Sometimes these might be strict choices and others would be more lenient. By alternating the challenges in their alignment to each mask, we could then encourage a rhythm between the two. And it took us a little bit of a while to get to this. Initially, we had 4 different mask types, but there was a real challenge and struggle to kind of give them distinct identities and reduce the amount of overlap between them. And it was through that sort of trial and error that we made the identities much stronger by coming down to these 2. As you all know, the player character's traversal moveset is a key component to many Metroidvania games. For Tales of Kinzera Zal, our aim was to present a character that felt relatively capable from the outset, to coincide with this feeling of facing grief. And despite however well equipped you feel to take it on before a loss, it can still greatly affect you. And that on further consideration, you might not actually have what it takes to not be overcome by it. At least not yet. In addition, it also makes Zal feel like he has a history. And at the moment where the player is introduced to him, doesn't feel like the beginning for this character. Zal is a warrior shaman who's been in training for some time already, and he's also had some time already in this grieving process. And we're joining him at this pivotal moment where he feels he can't continue without his father any longer, and he must bring him back. With the personal journey through grief having these unpredictable ups and downs, we really wanted to capture that sensibility in the traversal and landed on a direction that felt fast, fluid, and dynamic. With these points in mind, from the outset, we equipped Zal with moves like double jump, wall jump, and dashing, so Zal feels pretty capable from the get-go. This immediately made the movement feel more satisfying from the start, as opposed to a more pedestrian stripped-back moveset that you kind of often find in these types of games. We want to create an experience that explored the duality of the movesets, where we could have this dynamic interplay between them, hence the Dance of the Shaman. We tried tying in emotions to the movement and abilities in this way, paired with the gameplay of mask switching, means that the player, as Zal, is constantly back and forth between playstyles. And this is serving as an analogy for the whirlwind of emotions he is experiencing. So you can see here, for example, the juggle launch ability for the enemies is only available in the red mask. And this kind of heavy attack that knocks back enemies is only available in the blue mask. And you can then get these interesting combinations in terms of either defeating enemies or crowd controlling enemies by switching between the two masks fluidly. And this is what our creative director was always kind of referring back to as this Dance of the Shaman. The cast of enemies in Tales of Kinzera Zal are largely inspired by the rich variety of creatures found in Bantu mythology, exposing players to new types of beings. Above here are enemies based on Bantu mythical creatures. The full enemy roster also includes some humanoid enemy characters, which were a bit more original on our part. We had an initial long list of possibilities, and they presented some interesting abilities for us to interpret and build upon when we researched the different tales about them. Using this information, we could then design archetype profiles for the enemies and then choose a selection that fulfilled the different roles that would complement each other within actual combat encounter scenarios. Importantly, though, we also needed to make sure that the enemy abilities and behaviors also complemented Zal's combat moveset with the masks. As mentioned earlier, coming back to the idea of the Dance of the Shaman. So with the combat encounters, we really want to straddle the line of overwhelming odds, just as Zal was feeling, by presenting setups where Zal is outnumbered and encouraged to move around the combat arenas. So this is all tying back into this idea of unpredictability with this back and forth movement. The enemies are varied, presenting a range of problems for the player to think about, and a lot of them have a fair amount of freedom of movement, being able to give chase and attack from different directions. In many side-scrolling games, you have enemies that get easily contained in areas of the environment, due to their inability to traverse, where it becomes easy to be safe and just out of reach by simply hopping onto like a little ledge to the side. This was the same for us too, as we had our expanded enemy traversal as a defining characteristic of a particular enemy type. However, we find we were not capturing the pressure that we wanted on the player. So we then started to move this traversal mechanic for the enemies also to different enemy archetypes. So in combination with this, the player is thinking about the best tool for the job, with the masks for each of the enemies at hand, creating this juggling act. It's kind of just reinforcing the mask switching behavior. It's not just a form of self-expression, but also it has strategic and tactical implications as well. So, in addition to the more common enemies, key points in Zhao's journey are punctuated by these grander and higher spectacle enemies with the ramped up challenges, the bosses. So this here is the Impundulu, which is based on a creature that's known as like the lightning bird. Like many of the standard enemies, the bosses each takes on different Bantu creatures. However, the bosses are imbued with more narrative connection, each becoming an important character in Zhao's journey. Each of these bosses represents a key emotion that is experienced as part of Zhao's journey through grief. Defeating the bosses culminates in Zhao learning something important from this emotion, and it helps him to progress not only further into the world of Kinzera, but also through his emotional journey. So we're trying to just build like this parallel between the two. And actually with the bosses as well, we also try to tie into them the design for defeating them, the new abilities you're acquiring beforehand. And those had a link as well to Zhao, obviously with his personal growth. So let's take a look at some like things on the level design side. So for the game, we wanted to present a journey through a world that was focused on Zhao's story, to put that personal and emotional motivation at the forefront. So with that in mind, we try to avoid content that would feel too detached from this core, or just felt like busy work, and try to make everything more in service of it. It was, essentially promoting it. With driving the story forward, we also try to present a relatively strong forward momentum through the world. This is also something that we plan to be more inviting to players who are less familiar with the Metroidvania genre. So what you can find sometimes with a lot of Metroidvania games, for some people who are less accustomed to them, is that they get lost a lot with a lot of the backtracking. But it's also kind of like a core component of the genre. So it's kind of trying to find that balance between the two. From the get-go, there was a very strong high-level vision of the world of Kinzera, both in how it was to be inspired by real-world biomes of the African continent, but also in how these locales were to embody a specific emotion and stage in Zhao's personal journey through grief. These two components were then at the core of how we created the levels of the world. So in the top left here, we've got the central hub, which we called Patakatifu. So we knew this was going to be the central hub of the game world that the player would naturally return to at times as they progress through the game. We knew we didn't want to have combat here, and the statuses of the statues were going to reflect the player's progress as they defeat each of the bosses. So as you can see them at the moment, they've kind of got these tears kind of streaming down their faces into creating this pool in the water. So that wouldn't be there at the beginning of the game, and it kind of showed your progression through the game visually and through the environment. In the top right, there is the highlands. The levels making this biome create a steadily ascending journey to the boss at the end of it, making it feel like this arduous highland climb. Alongside that, there are a fair amount of drops and water rapids, gameplay obstacles, to layer on the feeling of anxiety. The bottom left is the woodlands. The earlier levels within this biome are quite claustrophobic to instill a sense of fear, and throughout the levels they are quite sort of labyrinthine in comparison to other levels to make the player feel a bit lost. It features some unique gameplay obstacles like the poisonous swamps and also deadly forest traps to layer on top of the design of the layout to strengthen the desired feeling that we wanted to evoke of the player. And then lastly, we've got the Deadlands. So this was a very volatile level that is conveyed with the increasing difficulty of the combat encounters, with the enemy selection for the different compositions, but we're also introducing lethal and dynamic obstacles such as the flowing or erupting lava. And just also a shout out to the art team as well, who were approaching the same goals from a visual perspective. So, although Zhao is relatively capable, we put him into a world that he isn't fully equipped to explore, and he must search and find the additional skills required to bypass the barriers in order to fulfill his quest to bring his father back. At the foundation of the world structure, as is typical of the Metroidvania genre, are ability gates. So these are barriers that require specific abilities to pass through. Finding an ability gate requires Zal to set on a detour to discover the corresponding ability from an ability shrine, as pictured here, to be able to continue his journey. With how this ties to our core theme, it was important to create a mild sense of being lost and not knowing where to go, and also to be able to allow for some freedom of exploration. But for this to then lead to encountering these, at first, insurmountable obstacles, and the way to overcoming these coming specifically through Zal's personal growth. Ability gates are one of the environmental barriers we have on the exploration side of the game. It was important for us to be able to change the intensity of gameplay and be able to set these contrasting peaks and troughs in pacing that also conveyed Zal's emotional state. We've already spoken a fair amount about the combat, which provides high impact action, so let's take a quick look at the other side of the coin. Along with lower intensity moments of exploration, we have also achieved this by creating environmental puzzles that present more of a cognitive challenge and utilize Zal's vast traversal moveset and cosmic abilities to solve them. This really suited an aspect of representing this journey through grief really well for us. During moments of this roller coaster of emotions, we wanted to capture that momentary feeling of being still, being stuck at a point. Puzzles allowed us to have this slower paced and quite contained challenge to allow players to take a moment, investigate and break down the problem before experimenting with potential solutions. So this is the in-game map of one of the sections of the levels. So the layout here follows a structure which is called a loop. So we use loops quite a lot as a layout element for our level design to guide players back to a previously seen location. So loops are really good at creating a sense of interconnectivity between spaces and reduce the feeling of linearity. This again calls back to our aim to strike a balance of presenting the player with just enough choice for that mild sense of feeling of being lost and driving the story forward, plus maintaining a sense of clarity on the layout for people less familiar to Metroidvanias. So yeah, this snapshot from a section of one of our levels, the red line on top charts the critical path through the space, and as the player travels from the bottom left up towards the right, they hit a barrier that forces them upwards in the opposite direction, over to the left. This redirection takes the player up over the top of the barrier where they are funneled back down to the opposite side of it. Here, the player will find a lever that opens the barrier before moving on, where they can cut back through this space at a later time. So this then creates a shortcut, and the player is getting mastery of the space as they're going through. So this is something that you find quite typical of like level design in a lot of the Soulsborne games. The nice thing about these loops that works well with our theme of grief is how they get players to reflect back on their past experience when they complete them and reevaluate their goals for further progression. Although there is an in-game map to aid them, the player has an opportunity to build a better mental map of the layout of the level through this process. There's also a growing feeling of mastery of navigating through the levels, as sometimes these loops open up shortcuts that create more branching paths that the player can take advantage of to quickly beeline from one location to another. This world knowledge works in tandem with the character growth as well. So it's not just, I guess, on skills that are in-game on the character, it's also the knowledge that the player is building up outside of the game. So another kind of similar layout element that we use is a bounce. So this presents an inaccessible area that forces Zal to sidetrack to provide the means to overcome the barrier before backtracking to the blockade and proceeding ahead. It shares some similarities with the loop, but the bounce requires backtracking along the exact same path. In this level, the caverns, that form part of the demo that we also released, we use this to emphasize the new ability of Bamba Stone, and this is a projectile ability that allows Zal to freeze water and enemies. With the new ability acquired, it presents these water rapids and waterfall objects that you previously traversed in a new light, providing a different gameplay experience using the same space. So in this section here, up at the start at the bridge, there's a scripted sequence where, as you're going along, the bridge breaks and Zal drops down and goes down these water rapids that he can't traverse back up. So as you make your way down the path here, and you get to the end with the ability gate down in the bottom. You then unlock Bamboo Stone, which allows you to freeze water, and you're then able to freeze waterfalls that you can then wall jump on, and freeze the rapids, which you can then run up. So it kind of just reframes the whole same space. So this is also really efficient for the level design, because we're getting more out of the player experience. It doesn't feel like the players just like repeating themselves out of the same amount of space. So it's the same amount of art, assets and everything, and that's being created in here is being reused. So, also within the exploration kind of side of things, as you can see from the previous paint overs of the maps, those routes were just showing the critical path through those spaces. There were also optional areas off to the side that could be accessed either when you first discover the area or by returning later with new abilities. Despite wanting to have a relatively clear journey through the world of Kinzera for Zal that is centered on his personal story, we still wanted to make Kinzera a world that was inviting to explore with short deviations that were still in aid of his overall goal. To achieve this, we created a number of branching paths to pique the player's curiosity and entice them to seek out and experience this content. A couple of these activities are more skill challenging focused, pushing the use of the mask switching, which also calls back to the player types I was talking about. So the challenge gauntlets, which were a test of Zal's agility and dexterity in an attempt to overcome a variety of obstacles to reach the reward at the end. And then we had the spirit trials, which are combative challenges that pit Zal against a variety of enemies through several rounds of combat. So, however, though, we had, in addition to these, the reflections. So these were in-game, as a gameplay object, the baobab tree. So they're a type of tree found in Africa that are considered a symbol of humility and resilience. So there's a really strong sort of symbology there with our theme. In the game, the baobab trees have a hollow dwelling for Zal that he can reside in for a contemplative moment of introspection. These provide additional insight to Zal's state of mind. And what's quite nice with this as well was that you're not automatically ejected from the interaction when you do it. It's up to the player to then press the button to then kind of come out. And it's kind of like a nice touch of like, oh, if you just want to take a moment, you can kind of just sit with it there as Zal is inside the tree, and you get the narrative of his kind of introspective also being fed through to you. We also had the echoes, which reflect the oral tradition of African storytelling by griots. So these are highly ranked members of society that are storytellers, poets, musicians, and oral historians who carry the responsibility for preserving the history, traditions, and family stories for their communities. The narrative of the game has this set of being a story within a story. So we had these objects, which we named echoes, to help convey and relay that. So they linked Zal's story back to Zuberi in the kind of present era to connect the two. So just to kind of recap on the level design side of things. So breaking down the different feelings of your character's emotional journey was a really useful thing, and then assigning them to the areas of the game's world. So they're mapped with the story, and it's all kind of like fusing together. It's kind of really important to think about how the journey of the path of you take through your level design as well can help to evoke the emotion of your theme. So just, yeah, it's not kind of immediately obvious at times, but yeah, there's ways you can kind of look at it about how that journey also kind of reinforces that. And also then creating and using gameplay objects that embody the desired emotion at each of those points and layering them on to strengthen the feeling you're trying to produce in the player. And that brings me to the end of my talk. Thank you for listening.
Okay, the mic is making its way around again, so if anyone has any questions, if you'd like to form a queue at the front.
Hello.
Hi.
I think their game looks really cool, and I really love the art style. And I'm just wondering how you decided on what kind of art style you wanted for this game and this story.
Yeah, so I guess so. One of the, I guess like the kind of cool things for the artists was really going with a strong sort of art direction over sort of like fidelity. So they really want to have something that was going to kind of stick with people and come through, and also just kind of capture a lot of the colours and stuff as well that was kind of being inspired by the different African tribes that they were looking at. So I guess one of the things I didn't mention with the locales is that although they were kind of also based on regions, there was also different tribes that they were based on. So there was things that were then being fused from the artistic styles of the tribes into those different areas as well. So for the Highlands, for example, on a lot of their buildings, they have these really colourful geometric patterns, and that was something that we kind of used in that area to kind of convey that link between our inspiration and the game. So yeah, it's and also, you know, a lot of our team were kind of like big fans of things like animation and how they have like a strong sort of artistic sort of like direction as opposed to going for something that is like photorealistic. So yeah, that's kind of one of the things.
Yeah, and then for you then, what was your favorite game mechanic to like build a stage around?
It's probably the bamboo stone one that I mentioned, yeah, just for that reason. I think it's had that nice sort of symbology as well with being able to freeze things of like, I guess when you're having like emotional challenges that you can't control the things around you and things are moving too fast, right? And it had that kind of connection of like, right, actually just pause. Right, I can then think about what I want to do and then overcome that challenge. And doing really nice instances like what I mentioned in the talk with just being able to recontextualize the area and it feel, you know, the players having a way that they can impact the environment and it changes up how things are. And it has quite a nice sort of link into the combat as well. So being able to directly freeze enemies and crowd control. So yeah, that was a really good one for us, for me personally, I guess, to work on.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Love the presentation.
Thank you.
You mentioned a little about genre compatibility.
Yeah.
Do you have a suggestion for how someone can work out what types of themes and genres fit together?
Yeah, so I guess I think it's really like looking at your theme and breaking it down and then trying to, I guess, digest like the different sort of feelings that it kind of conveys, whether it's kind of like, okay, is it intense? Is it relaxed? You know, I guess how like heightened it is, the different feelings that you kind of feel as you know, experiencing that theme in the real world, and really breaking down the different nuances of that. Sometimes the genre match might come quite obviously. You think, oh yeah, this feels like this, and it kind of like comes together. But then also look at your genre. There's maybe things which aren't very obvious that would come together. But if you kind of look at and break down, there's things that you can probably find either through the level design or the game mechanics that will then kind of like match up and find that symbology between the two. So yeah, it's really just kind of breaking it down as much as you can, I think, into like a really sort of the nuances and subtleties of your theme, but doing that as well for your genre, and then that will help you to find more matches between the two.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for the talk. I especially enjoyed the appreciation, trying to get the mechanics and design so close to the theme of grief. You mentioned the 2 masks that were 4 masks. As soon as I saw the 2 masks, I thought, oh, why not have 4? And you immediately answered that. Was there other things that you tried that you thought would express your themes that you then didn't actually end up in the game?
I think so. Early on, and I guess why the vision stuff is really important, and having your vision tools is to like align the team on the game that you're trying to make and what's in the creative director's head. We did have some things that kind of maybe would have sat outside of the vision of what we were trying to do, which, as I say, is like we were trying to create an action adventure package as well as create this theme. So, you know, there were some ideas that would have been to the theme, but might have been maybe more fitting of a game that is maybe a straight up adventure game with no combat, or you know, maybe more of like a cozy game, right? Or just like a more narrative game. So we had to make sure that we were still fulfilling the action adventure sort of aspect and that Metroidvania sort of expectations, and then trying to match them with the theme. So that gave us our kind of like our North Star to kind of like direct towards, and we can clearly say like, yeah, that kind of fits with one part, but it doesn't really fit for the whole package of the game that we're trying to create. So you can kind of, you know, get that sort of subjectivity really.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Very inspiring talk, thank you. I was curious, as a combat designer, if you could say something more general about the kind of mistakes or maybe challenges that you see or that you've experienced struggling with when making a combat system, and maybe how you tackle them.
Yeah, so I think a common one, just like not for this game, but for just combat in games in general, was trying to, one, get depth into the combat. So getting the player to use different strategies and tactics, and not just have one overall dominant strategy. Because I think it's just normal for us to, if there's something that's effective that works, we'll just use that, even if it's not fun, but it gets us the progress that we want to do. So we had to just do a lot of play testing. Thankfully, we had like a great partner with EA Originals, where we were able to then lean a lot on their sort of user testing team and research to give us a lot of data back that we could then use and start to pick parts of that to try and just keep reiterating and improving that encouragement for the player to use different tactics. So it's one of the things that we kind of talked about a lot was kind of, I guess, a kill equation. So it's a term that we kind of like borrowed from, it was mentioned a lot in kind of the development of the recent Doom games, where there's, you know, a particular sort of way that's quite useful for killing each of the different types of enemies. So that equation, you know, works for this enemy, but it might not work for another enemy. So that then reinforces encourages the player to, right, I'm going to try I have to try a different tactic to go on against and defeat this other enemy within the same combat encounter. So for us, we'd also have problems where people would just want to choose one mask and play that mask throughout the game. So that was kind of not kind of I guess the creative goal we were going for was this dance of the shaman that we wanted. So this kind of all tied in together with that creative, that combat depth, and getting those two to kind of play together. So yeah, I think that's kind of like one of the biggest challenges generally with combat is just making sure it's not just one button that they can hit that's just going to get them through every sort of situation.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Any other questions? No, we're good.
Thank you so much, Zai, for a really excellent
Thank you.
Okay, some wonderful insights there. So we have another very interesting talk coming up, and it's a subject I think everyone is looking at kind of out of the corner of their eye. So our next speaker is a former lecturer and researcher and the founder of AI in Games, a company that provides consultancy, training and development support for AI in the video games industry. So in a time of much uncertainty, he's here to give us a grounded perspective of where and how AI technology sits in the games industry today and how best to approach AI tooling. So please welcome Tommy Thompson.
Boy, I've never seen my head look that big before. Greetings, everyone. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm really excited to be actually at Konsoll specifically. I've been a big fan of this event for many years, and it's also been great. Just the talks overall have just been really strong. So now I need to make sure I don't mess up. So the next 45 minutes are going to be quite stressful on this side of the stage. Today I want to talk about the ever-increasing wave of artificial intelligence and its intersection into the games industry. This talk is at its core a rant. It's a rant that I've been building up for the last year. I do a lot of talks like this, and I've been getting increasingly angry about the situation. However, I recognize that this is a very professional outfit, so this rant, as it were, is going to be very structured. And it has key takeaways. Thank you very much. See, we need to be appropriately hydrated for any rant you're going to do. So yeah, quick introduction if you don't know who I am and what I do. I'm actually a YouTuber. 10 years ago, I went out and decided it would be really cool to start making videos about the intersection of AI with the video games industry. And this was something I did as a side project for my students. I was a university lecturer at the time, as it said in the introduction. So over the past 10 years, I've now released over 100 videos, amassed an audience of around 250,000 people, and the videos that I've made digging into the workings of many a popular video game as well as academic research have broken around 14 million views, which is pretty cool. I have a Substack newsletter as well that publishes every week to detail insights into the intersection of AI in our industry. So yeah, to the wider world, I'm a content creator, so don't forget to like and subscribe. But in 2019, I decided to try and expand and do something a little bit different. I wanted to actually help support games companies, and this was actually because game studios started reaching out to me, asking me to help them with their projects. And so since then, AI in games has actually become a business that provides research and consultancy and technical training. We actually do development support. I actually met with one of the studios I work with here in the audience, which was kind of wild. And then a lot of communication and marketing. And so this is something I've been doing for a few years, but this year in particular, I wanted to find ways to build more tools, more mechanisms to allow us to engage, hence the Substack newsletter, and also allow us to just really take the conversation back about AI for game development at a time where it's become increasingly cloudy, which is a big part of today's rant. So as such, myself and a group of others have founded the very first AI in Games conference. It's running next week in London, and it's going to be the first technical conference for dedicated AI professionals in the games industry in Europe, the continent, not the economic area, since 2017. There we go, 3 minutes in, made a Brexit joke. We've got speakers coming in from Sony PlayStation, Microsoft Research, Electronic Arts, Saber Interactive, Guerrilla Games, Unity Technologies, Epic Games, Builder Rocket Boy, and more. I'm super proud of the lineup we've got. I'm both really excited and disappointed to say tickets have sold out, but we are recording all the talks and we'll be making them available early next year. And on top of that, I'm also launching an initiative called Goal State to build online courses that facilitate people in and around game development to better understand AI. This is actually going live on a Kickstarter in a couple of weeks' time. This is a very long-winded way of saying my career is a bit weird. I'm a very busy person. Also, critically, my career makes no sense. I don't expect you to read all this, right? The thing I want you to take away from it is I've actually been doing AI in game development for 20 years. I just want to unpack that because I'm just having a little existential crisis every time I have to admit it in a talk. And in fact, in October of 2004 was the first time I trained an AI system to learn to play a game and act as a non-player character. And so I tell you this because I appreciate that being the AI guy in a room like this, it's a pretty contentious thing potentially in 2024, right? We've got an awful lot of proclamations coming from, it's almost exclusively like awkward old white men, funnily enough, who are failing to read the room about the intersection of AI in modern society. The term AI is now becoming increasingly negative, and it became so toxic in such a short period of time, and I'd argue even more so in games. You have all these companies emerging now with new technologies purporting to fundamentally change how games are made, what games we make, and the overall future of the medium. So you have all this. I didn't make this diagram, but it's, we get things like dialogue and story generation, character creation systems and pipelines, image and texture generators, animation generators, 3D model generators, voice synthesis algorithms, music generation. It feels like it's just kind of stepping on every individual creative aspect of this industry. And at the same time, these tools are often being sold to us by the largest of corporations, offering seemingly untold greener gaming pastures. God, I remember this when the NFT thing blew up. You know, proclaiming to help the little indie make it big in this increasingly competitive market. And meanwhile, these same companies are pushing the bounds of legal systems the world over in their pursuit of AI monetization by violating the intellectual property rights of the very people that they're selling the product to. And of course, these technologies also have accelerated the climate crisis as we're building these things at astronomical scale. Oh, and did I happen to mention that the games industry is going through perhaps the most painful decimation in living memory? 32,000 jobs have been lost in this sector since 2022. Meanwhile, we're being told that many of these jobs will be replaced by technology. But the message remains unwavering. We will find a way to intersect AI into this particular wonderful field for what we're doing and how we're doing it, because ultimately when observing the finances of this sector, all lines must go up. I mean, fucking hell. I appreciate coming into this space is difficult. But like I said, that's why I have to start by telling you I've been in this space for 20 years, because I am angry. I am incredibly angry about how this has played out. I did not foresee the intersection of AI into this space to actually go the way that it has done. Because like any technology, we find the most exploitative aspects of it. But good Lord, we managed to do it really quickly in the creative industry, didn't we? And we're also approaching it in I believe the formal research term is the most ass-backward of ways. So today, what I wanted to do with this talk is we're going to talk about the state of AI for game development. We're going to do a lot of myth busting, going to combat the narratives that have emerged courtesy of an awful lot of those people, shed some reality on the situation, but also help educate, inform, and empower you, this audience, whether you're here or you're online, to make decisions about how you intersect with AI, even if your decision is you don't want to intersect with it at all. But also to highlight there is a lot of great work out there, and it's being drowned out by the noise of all this AI hype. AI for games and AI tooling has been around for decades. We've already set the template on how to make this a practical approach for production, and it's important we don't lose sight on how automation helps make our working lives easier. So, quick, short overview on AI for game development. What have we been up to? What are the precedents that we've been set? Usually I start here. I like to start here because who doesn't love a good taxonomy? Also, we'll be coming back to this several times, so don't worry if you don't get a photo of it now. Also, there's a QR code at the end of the talk where I give you a blog and a video that explains the diagram as well. Truth is, AI is a complex multidisciplinary field of study. We have different methodologies, technologies, and application areas. And this has had a big impact on games industry in the last 10 years, but most of the time, still to this day, most of the time, what we're really talking about is this bit. To 95% of the games industry, this is what we mean when we talk about AI for games. Specifically, what are called symbolic AI and game AI methods. And I'll explain all these for you shortly to handle non-player characters, strategic components, experience management, and things like procedural content generation. So you hear a lot of AI terms getting bounced about these days. And the truth is, like I said, it's this very multifaceted thing. But everyone's talking about generative AI at the moment, which is, of course, a subset of this entire space. It's just one thing that we do. And actually, most of the work that we have actually historically used is game AI, which exists in the broader field of artificial intelligence. And these are rule-based systems, where we as designers, as programmers, we set the rules of the problem, and then we tell it, go and figure out a solution to that problem. And this is something that we've been doing now for probably about 30 years, if not longer. When you think about non-player character behaviors, you think about navigation problems. And interestingly, most of this is not new. So AI as a field has been around in an applied sense since the 1950s. Machine learning, which is the big talking point in generative AI, we've had versions of that since the late 50s, early 60s. It was just rubbish, and I'll come back to that. And more often than not, we actually took ideas from things like simulations and robotics, because, hey, they were actually really good technologies we could then adapt into games. So if you move into the 1990s, you see game AI actually becomes more prolific. You start seeing games like Doom, which used finite state machines, which is a mathematical model of computation that dates back to like the 1940s. Half-Life takes the same template that Doom built, but it makes it goal-driven. It allows designers to have more control over how these characters behave. Quake 3 Arena creates a polygon tessellation and search algorithm called the Area Awareness System, which allows them to figure out how to have characters move in three-dimensional spaces. We call them navigation meshes now. It didn't exist in games up until that point. All the other games had to figure out different ways to hack navigation together. And then subsequently, games like GoldenEye and Thief in the late 90s are figuring out how to add more design quality and flavor to characters. You have games like The Sims that use utility and belief, desire, intention systems. So a character knows when they're hungry, they should go and eat food. When they're horny, they should, you know. Halo Combat Evolved, they went a different route from state machines. They came up with this technique they referred to as directed acyclic graphs. We call them behavior trees now. But then this really kicks off. Fear in 2005 uses goal-oriented action planning, which is actually based on a planning technology we used to put robots on the moon. It actually dates back to the 1970s. You have Facade, which is also a planning technology, but it does it for storylines. It tries to create story beats that are going to be interesting for the player to interact with. Stalker has an artificial life system in it, so non-player characters exist outside the remit of the player so that they can actually have their own lives and interact and complete quests in their own time. Left 4 Dead takes the technology of Doom and Half-Life, and instead of just using it for creating non-player characters, it decides where non-player characters spawn in and which players should be targeted. Then you have Killzone 2. It uses a technology called hierarchical task network planning. Again, an idea from robotics. And it is still being used it's a more macro-based planning system. Still being used in all of Guerrilla's games today. They use it in the Horizon series. Dark Souls uses a variant of this called hierarchical goal network planning, which is also kind of trying to decompose a complex task into a series of individual actions. And it just, makes you get good. Total War Rome 2 uses what we call Monte Carlo tree search, which is a search algorithm that tries to simulate possible outcomes by, on a very high level, modeling them and simulating them hundreds, if not thousands of times. And then even when you look at contemporary games like Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, we're still reinventing navigation meshes because, lo and behold, navigation is still a big problem in 2024. And then if you think about other games that are often heralded as having great AI in them, most of them either they find a new technology or they take an existing technology and repurpose it to do something different. The Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War games, both built by Monolith, who were also the creators of Fear. They took their AI technology from Fear, and instead of just using it for non-player characters, it helps figure out interesting story beats and character development moments. Hence, you end up with these relationships with the orcs that you repeatedly kill, and then they keep coming back from the dead. But also, BioShock Infinite and Alien Isolation technically have the same AI tech stack, but do something completely different. One of them is trying to create an interesting character, Elizabeth, who is part of your emotional and narrative journey throughout the world of BioShock Infinite. You're able to see the world through her eyes as she is beginning to observe what this world is like, because, of course, spoiler, she's been trapped in prison, basically, for most of her adult life. And then we go and take the exact same tech idea and we apply it to Alien Isolation, where it hunts you down and tries to kill you. So yeah, a whole bunch of AI features for games. And in each case, we use the technology to facilitate our goals because we know the rules of the system we want to enforce. Our design teams figure out the game that we're trying to build, and the programmers then figure out how to build that underlying infrastructure to support it. And so this makes sense for us because we know our rules and we know the data of the problem, and so we figure it out. But what if we don't know the rules? And that's actually where machine learning comes in really handy. Because in machine learning, what you're doing is you train a model. And the model is trying to figure out the rules for you. I have a bunch of data, I have a bunch of answers, but I don't know what the rules are. So how do I get there? And it can be quite complicated. So a really easy example for this is image recognition. So here's a wonderful picture of cats, dogs, tigers, lions, etc. You know what a cat looks like. You know what a cat looks like. You know what a cat looks like. Could we all sit down and formally define what a cat looks like? And then also, how it doesn't look like a dog, or a lion, or a wolf. It's very difficult for us as humans to express those and encapsulate those rules. But if you give a machine learning system pictures of these animals and then tell it label them, that's a cat, that's a dog, etc., you can eventually get it to figure out, that's definitely a wolf and that's a fox, that's definitely not a cat, or at least I'm very confident it's not a cat. Now, this works nowadays. Great. Historically, this was terrible. In fact, up until about 15 years ago, this was kind of rubbish. To the point that these are actual benchmarks we would use for image recognition problems. I love these. These are so good. And also, they always get a chuckle at every talk I give. Chihuahua, muffin, poodle, fried chicken, and Shar-Pei and croissant. Because the features that we seem to define those particular types of animal, well, they're also kind of, I still, to this day, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that one over there is actually not a dog and it is a croissant. I haven't actually decided. And so, yeah, for a long time, doing something like this was impossible. But we actually had significant improvements in the last 15 years, courtesy of what we call deep learning. And this is really where machine learning in the games industry kicks off. So you might know when you hear an awful lot about AI nowadays in games, one of the things that really helped popularize a lot of this was the work that Google DeepMind were doing. You know, first they got AI to play a whole bunch of Atari games, and then they created AlphaStar, which is a bot that is capable of, it was capable of competing at a grandmaster level in StarCraft 2, only in the European servers. I feel like, you know, it was going to get absolutely roasted if they let it loose in South Korea. Though these are actually really bad examples of how we use machine learning in games because it's not reflective of our processes. You know, they were like, oh, we built this amazing player in StarCraft 2. It's like, well, yeah, because they had buy-in from the studio. They worked with Blizzard. They built their own set of tools and API. But also, it's a game that had been out for 10 years. And half of the reason that AlphaStar got as good as it was is that it learns by looking at professional replays of pro players. So not really how you can interface with that in an actual production in a game because you haven't finished building the game yet. So you don't really have the pro play. You get what I mean? But yeah, over the past decade, we started figuring out, hey, what else could we do with this? What are the problems that exist in our production that we could figure out? And actually, usually it doesn't happen in non-player characters and opponents and stuff like that, though one of the most obvious ones is actually racing games. So things like Forza's Drivatar and Sophie, which is in Gran Turismo 7, these both learn to race and then are able to drive around. And one of the big challenges with racing games is actually building AI for racing games is really hard because you're having to model all the physics. And particularly games like Forza and GT, the physics systems are incredibly complex, so you get the AI to figure it out. Then, actually, Holly briefly mentioned this in her talk yesterday. We have motion matching, and even in sports games where Electronic Arts' technology is referred to as hypermotion. I'm going to come back to this, but critically, this is where you figure out blend points for animations by able to having an AI sit and analyze them and figure out what's the best point to move from like a walk to a run to a pivot, for example. Online shooters like Call of Duty have toxicity models because, lo and behold, who would have thought making a game like Call of Duty would bring out the worst in the gaming masses? You also have online matchmaking tools as well. So a lot of games like Dota 2, but also critically, actually a lot of games that run in the Xbox ecosystem use their TrueSkill system, which is a machine learning algorithm for matchmaking. Then you have texture upscaling. So this is Mass Effect Legendary Edition, where the team at BioWare used a generative adversarial network to take the original textures from the original Mass Effect trilogy, which actually, the original Mass Effect was like going to run at 720p native on a console, so the textures were far too small. So they upscaled them to 4K, and then whether or not they were of a decent enough quality, the artists would go in and do cleanup, or they would throw them out and recognize they would have to build them by hand, and it saved them having to create several thousand textures for that reboot. Also, God of War Ragnarok has a real-time texture upscaler in it, and the reason they do that is so that they can install smaller texture sizes on your PlayStation. Because you know how it is, right? You install Call of Duty on your PlayStation, and then you've maybe got like, what, 2 indie games, and then that's it. Games like For Honor and Rainbow Six Siege, actually Ubisoft does a huge amount of work in gameplay balancing, where they get machine learning systems to sit and play test the game repeatedly. And of course, any of you who owns an NVIDIA GPU has probably tried DLSS at some point, which is deep learning super sampling. It figures out how to take the output of the render pipeline in your game engine from a lower resolution and upscale it to a higher resolution. And DLSS 3 specifically also now injects entirely new frames. So the output of the engine might only have to be 1080p 30 frames per second or 40 frames per second, and then you can boost it up to 4K 60. So yeah, as you can see, many a practical, relevant use case for AI in games. And you know why that is? It's because we found solutions to a problem that we knew we had, and we said, hey, maybe AI technology can help us fix it. And that's the crux of my rant, because these are solutions to problems we knew existed. And then we found that AI technology could help us do it. So let's start talking really about all that other stuff. Generative AI. How is it sold to people? How is it sold to the industry? But also a quick explanation of what it actually is, if you're not familiar, because I like to get everybody in on the ground floor. And so, yeah, everyone seems to, I don't know, it depends on who you talk to. I mean, a lot of people are making proclamations about how AI will impact the games industry. Not many of them actually come from the games industry, funnily enough. And the narrative suggesting that within a couple of years I'll get GPT to write Elder Scrolls 6 with all the bugs in it too. That's delightful. And so from my perspective, you know, we really need to kind of get into the myth busting. So what is generative AI? We come back to our wonderful, cute bunch of animals. Previously with machine learning, what I was doing was I was giving it the labels of the animals and then getting it to learn the association between the image and the label. So I can tell you that is a cat, that is a dog. Now I'm not just getting it to learn that, I'm also getting it to learn the inherent structure of the image. What is the structure of an image of a cat and an image of a dog? And of course, this is a very complex mathematical model, but the idea then being, you can then get it to generate things that are evocative of that. Although, critically, it only learns the structure, but not the context, because I don't know what the heck that's meant to be. And, like, yeah, this whole bit here of, like, tiger wolves, which I didn't ask for that when I prompted the system, but, you know, anyway. So nowadays, when you think about this, you're thinking of GPT. GPT is able to write text because it learns from text. And then it learns the structure of text, critically, learns the structure of text, doesn't actually learn text. Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, DALL-E, they generate images by learning the structure of images. Now, they actually do this through different types of technology. Now, I'm not going to bore you to death with this, but key thing here is a lot of text generation runs on what we call a transformer. It's a specific form of machine learning technology where the bit in the middle there where it says multi-head attention, we learn the statistical distribution of the input data. It learns the statistical distribution of the data. It doesn't learn what the data actually says. Similarly, this is a diffusion model on the right-hand side. In order for it to learn how that image looks like, it destroys it randomly and then it figures out how to rebuild it randomly. And if it learns the structure, it can figure out how to rebuild it. But it never quite rebuilds it 100% exactly the same way it did before. And I bring this up because we're learning the structure and the statistical distribution. We're not learning the context and we're not learning the content, right? And you think, well, how is this able to do this at the scale that they're doing it? Well, a lot of this stuff, the number of parameters that are built into the model dictate the size of it. And one of the crazy things about this, which is actually quite remarkable in an interesting, cool way, were it not for the fact it's destroying all of society, is historically, when you increase the number of parameters, the model would eventually collapse because it just couldn't handle what we call a multi-dimensional search space. But for some reason, transformers and other like diffusion models and stuff like that will actually scale, which is why GPT has 1.76 trillion parameters. Now, for context, my back of the napkin calculation means that GPT-4 is 7.5 terabytes in size. And that's why you have to train it and deploy it on giant server farms the size of a football pitch. You can't run that on a local device. And they're insisting on selling you this for what is ultimately a mechanical parrot. It is possibly the world's smartest parrot in the universe's smartest parrot. It's still a parrot, though. It understands the statistical distribution of the data, but it doesn't understand the data, right? And so when I tell it, oh, give me a nice image of a mechanical parrot, that kind of looks like a parrot. It kind of looks like it's a mechanical parrot, but for some reason it's got 3 bloody legs. Because it doesn't actually know what a parrot is. Think about it as sort of like Google search autocomplete or like your autocorrect on your phone, but like on steroids. Like a lot of steroids. Like 1970s Arnold Schwarzenegger steroids. Actually, the best description I've heard of this in recent memory was someone said, actually, it's technical mansplaining. So a bunch of tech bros got all the information on the internet, absorbed it into a giant model, and then they're telling everybody else what the right answer is when most of the time it's wrong. I wish I'd came up with that joke. God, I'd be riding on that. And critically, like I say, because it's a parrot, it actually doesn't understand the answer. It also doesn't understand the input. When you ask GPT something, it doesn't really understand what you asked it. It doesn't understand what you tell it back. The quality or the value in it is in your perspective. Because you sit there and go, oh, that's actually right. This thing must be somewhat intelligent. But it's guessing all the time. I hate this because researchers tell us that like generative models hallucinate. It came up with something that was wrong. It just guessed the wrong answer. So it's always guessing the wrong answer. We just, most of the time, go, oh, that was actually correct. Who starred in the latest Venom movie? Oh, Tom Hardy. Oh, lo and behold, who'd have thunk? Who's in Venom 4? Oh, Tom Hardy. Wait, we don't know. It could be Arnold Schwarzenegger. I don't know. I don't know how I've managed to get Arnold Schwarzenegger twice in the same talk, but moving on. I don't really have time to get into a lot of this stuff, but critically things like there's a lot of issues with intellectual property and copyright. There's also, we're going to talk a little bit about some of that in the context of regulation that's coming up, and also just like inherent problems with the business strategy of a lot of these companies, which I will briefly talk about. But for more information, I was interviewed on the BBC for this. I did a really fun chat with Ed Nightingale over on Eurogamer. That's the XRAI podcast. I didn't know he was going to put that smile next to that quote, but in hindsight, I'm kind of sticking behind it. Games Industry Sprint, then actually these are two that appeared on the AI and Games newsletter, so you can head to aiandgames.com and find that stuff. Right, so with all this behind us, let's try and answer the big question. Is generative AI going to take over the industry? I'd argue in time will change how we make games, and it's not actually going to be a bad thing. But also, it's not as straightforward as it's been advertised, and it's most certainly not going to be in the way we're being told it's going to. Because there is tremendous value in this stuff, and I'm going to show you some really cool stuff that is emerging that no one's talking about. And I really want to focus on kind of unpacking my perspective on this. The thing is, it is relatively inescapable because the genie is most certainly out of the bottle. But we're realizing that with all of this phenomenal cosmic power, there's a lot of very real problems in how it's being pitched to us. There's a lot of hype merchants trying to pitch something that's fundamentally antithetical to how we do things, plus a whole bunch of stuff that will terrify anyone who works in legal. Oh yeah, an itty-bitty living space. And it's important we address this now rather than let the terms be dictated for us. And at the end of the day, the problem is not the technology, it is the people that empower it, and it is the people that fund it. And I think that's always the most important thing to take away. Technology itself doesn't steal people's livelihoods. Technology itself doesn't just clone people's work regardless. Technology doesn't just start burning a hole in the ozone layer. People steal your work. People clone your work. People burn a hole in the ozone layer, and they blame the technology on it. So much artificial, not a lot intelligence. These chuckleheads. You know, I actually held Satya Nadella in much higher regard until he said that. Get in the sea, mate. And at the same time, the reason that they're making these arguments, that AI is going to solve the world problems, like what was it? Oh yeah, AI is going to solve capitalism. Okay. What planet are you on? What form of capitalism does this solve? And the only reason they say that is because they think they'll be the people that make it happen. And they'll be able to profit from it. And largely by milking it and then putting crap like this all over the internet. Like, don't get me wrong, I like a bit of Jesus with prawn arms, but like, good Lord. You know, you're flooding the internet with all this slop. We've actually came up with a new term in the English language. Instead of just spam for emails, we now have slop for this nonsense. You open up any social media platform and it's like, oh my God, it's like some sort of Orwellian horror, and you just close it again. It's increasingly unusable, and it's not exactly like the internet was this paradise of like interactivity to begin with. Jesus Christ. And this is exactly what they want you to think, that they're going to solve the world, because by placating to this, it plays into their hands. Even though they require you to fuel the damn thing that's burning everything down. Because, fun fact, one of the easiest ways to actually cause a generative model to collapse is to stop feeding it real data. One of the things they keep trying to figure out is synthetic data. Because GPT's read so much of the internet, there's nothing else to read. So they went, oh, maybe we get GPT to create text that it then reads. And that actually causes the system to gradually get worse. That actually triggers model collapse. Because the more it listens to its own bullshit, the less intelligent it becomes. It's so bizarre. And so this is why it's really important people push back. And push back in sensible, measured ways. Like whether it's like community movements like the anti-AI art theft on ArtStation, which I loved. You've got SAG-AFTRA right now striking to protect voice actors and motion capture performers, to ensure that their work isn't going to be exploited, that the next Mass Effect doesn't just take all of Jennifer Hale's work from the previous Mass Effect trilogy and just boom, there we go, there's her voice in the new game. Oh, and we didn't get her to do anything, and we didn't pay her either. Like, seriously? Or even now we've got the EU Artificial Intelligence Act, which is now the first proper set of regulations dictating the behavior of AI in any particular global market. Hopefully the US Congress does something. I'm not holding out for that. But also, I think critically just deciding in your own work, in your own projects, in your own studios. Is this something that you want to try and explore? And critically then, what's the line? I've said this in previous talks. Anybody who uses AI technology in your studio, you need to have a policy now on where these tools can be used and how they can be deployed. Because it's going to cause you legal problems if you're not careful. I don't have time to talk about this. I talked about this in some previous talks. Go and have a look on the newsletter. But also, like, you might just say, you know what, we don't want this. We don't want to use this at all. And that's totally cool. That's totally fine. I get it. Like, I love the idea of like organic game development. It's like organic produce, but now it's like, no, we did this entirely by hand. I swear to God, that is going to become a tag on Steam in the next like 18 months, if it isn't already. And so I genuinely believe a lot of these companies will either go bust or will quietly stop working on their projects. I'm pretty sure 2 of them on this diagram already have. Because many rush to market with products that are ill-equipped for game development and other disciplines, often with zero real meaningful business plan for a return on investment either. Like, what happens? Oh, we got 20 million euros. Like, what are we going to do? We're going to build the thing, and then we're going to figure out how to sell it. Because they want to be the first one on the market. And it's often something you don't really need. So I made a point of this in my Substack earlier this year. I pointed out that Stability AI, who create a whole bunch of generative models, they rose to prominence and nearly went bust in less time than it took for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth to come out. How on earth can you prove yourself as a viable business, as a viable product for a creative industry if you can't survive the length of a typical creative project? Admittedly, there is a big problem right now in AAA that all of our games take forever to build. But yeah, like... So yeah, but the thing is, outside of all this, I do genuinely believe there's potential in the technology, just not in the way it's being sold to us. And there's a bunch of myths that have been perpetuated by the powers that be, and I really want to kind of tackle these. So, yeah, dispel the myths. Let's do it. The first one, we really need to circumvent copyright protections and intellectual property law in order for AI to be useful. You know, like the head of Microsoft just said. No, it doesn't. I can build, because remember, generative AI is a technological architecture. It doesn't have to violate your intellectual property. It's all about the data that you're pumping into the system. I can go out and find open source data sets. I can go and find open source data sets that I know have been legally, ethically procured. And I know that they don't infringe on the copyrights of others. Sure, it's not the entirety of the internet, but a lot of the time for the things that we're doing in our creative aspirations, that's enough. And so, for example, there's companies like Hidden Door. Now, this is a company that actually builds language models that are designed both to not violate the works of other people, but specifically they're built to operate within established intellectual property in ways that respect their problem domain and also are in keeping with the narrative design. So Hidden Door's product either operates entirely as a narrative generation engine for like gameplay experiences, like this one they did for The Crow. I never saw the film. I heard it went really badly. This is probably more interesting than the film. But they also have it as an AI assistant who can operate as who can like support a DM who's doing tabletop role play, because it can help point out, hey, this is actually an action that makes sense in the context of the narrative. This is something a character could do that is narratively consistent, and it can help you point out, actually, a character wouldn't do that. We don't think, and then decide whether, as the DM, you can then be like, well, I'm going to break from convention, I'm going to do it anyway. But it's nice to have it reinforce or like do callbacks to previous parts of the narrative in ways that are useful. The second one is we need to build AI at scale despite climate concerns. No, we need to burn the entire planet to the ground just so GPT can figure out how to do basic mathematics. No. A lot of generative models you can build on a laptop. Sure, it might take a hot minute. Or you can spend a couple of pounds and deploy it to one server, or a couple of servers. You don't need a 1.7 trillion parameter LLM to do half the things you're trying to do. And critically, you can deploy them into, like I said, there's a lot of existing technology. You can build your own model, or actually you can take an existing model and train it down to solve your specific purpose and make it smaller and more compact. So 2 games that are actually doing this are both based in the UK. Dead Meat and 1001 Nights. These are using smaller models. They're curating the data themselves. They've trained the models themselves. And these are done by very small development teams. I know this because I know the developers. I've met them on several occasions. Critically, both of them have actually passed Valve's generative AI regulation and approval process, which shows that you have to prove that this is not going to be infringing on people's rights and copyright, and that you can also ensure and guarantee that it's not going to, you know, become incredibly racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, whatever, as soon as you deploy it out on the internet. Because you have an important responsibility as someone selling a game to ensure that quality and to protect your user base. So yeah, you can actually wishlist both of these now. And the big problem that these developers are facing now is financing it. Because in order to play the game, you have to have access to the language model, but you can't just ship the language model with the game. It'll take up half your hard drive. Even these relatively small language models are still a fair size. So they need to have server infrastructure for an indie game. That can be quite daunting if you don't have a publisher. And a lot of publishers are still not entirely sure about how to interact with this sort of thing yet, because we don't know what the monetization model is. And it's kind of emblematic of the situation. We're still trying to figure this stuff out. We don't have a comprehensive understanding of how these technologies can be employed in games. And I talk to so many AAA companies that are all playing with this stuff. I cannot think of a AAA studio of a certain size and magnitude that does not have an LLM internally, that does not have multiple image generators internally. And then I go, are you putting it in product? And they're like, hell no. But we're finding interesting ways to start tooling around with it. And so I think actually this kind of comes to the next myth, is we need to use AI now to stay competitive. And I don't believe that. I've never believed that, because a lot of work with studios often comes from us operating within creative confines and limitations. We find creative solutions to the technical constraints that we are put on. I mean, otherwise, how would any game actually ship? But also I think a lot of the time, people are trying to... I actually work a lot with studios who are trying to figure out how to integrate this stuff into their workflow in such ways that the legal issues are mitigated and it's not morally compromising. But I find I'm often having a highlight, it's like this desire to integrate AI is like smashing a square peg into a round hole. Because the pain points in the process haven't been defined. What's the actual problem you're trying to solve? Because if you know the problem, then you can start figuring out the solution. You're almost beginning to think, hey, this is a recurring theme in this talk. It's almost as if he's going to bring it up again in the next 10 minutes. The technology doesn't really do what's advertised. A really good example of this is actually called Project Ava. If you haven't heard about this, I'd recommend you go and look it up. It was developed by Keyword Studios, led by Electric Square. And the entire mandate of it was, could we build an entire game just using generative AI tools? Critically, Ava as a game, it is a playable game. They are never releasing it to the public. It is never going to be playable by anyone outside the studio. It was an internal exercise just to see what they could figure out. And critically, they recognized the moral and ethical issues of it, but also very clearly their legal team was like, oh, hell no, you are not putting this game out in the market. So could they build it? No, but the long answer was much more interesting. So Stephen Peacock and Lionel Wood gave a really good post-mortem on this at GDC this year, where they were looking at all these different facets of production and whether or not using a generative tool actually helped with what they were doing. I've left a link and a QR code here to my write-up of it, but you can go and find it. It's free on the GDC Vault and it's also free on the Keywords website. But one of the big things they took away from the experience is the challenge of using generative models by typing with text and text-based interaction. It's actually a huge issue with a lot of generative tooling because, I mean, a lot of this stuff is built for you to type into it. You type a prompt and it generates an image. You type a prompt, it generates text. You ever noticed how people are generally bad with language? And I'm not just saying this as a Scottish person in Norway trying to give a talk. Natural language is a terrible way to communicate. Anyone who's tried to date seriously or maintain any sort of healthy romantic relationship will know what I'm talking about. Like, generative models are practical for a lot of stuff that's really mundane, and especially with you interact with it in high-level language. Like, that's fine if you want to do really boring administrative tasks. I genuinely believe that is actually the best application of generative AI, is to write the text that no one wants to write and also equally no one wants to read. Oh, I need to do my performance review. Right, GPT to do it, Jesus Christ. But when I'm being creative, it seems so naive to me. Because anytime as humans that we start doing anything creative, we build a language around it. We build notation. If I'm a journalist and I'm having to write quickly, I have a shorthand language I use. If I'm a musician, we write up for music. I have all these different types of musical notation. If I want to learn to play guitar, I go and pull out the tab. If I want to learn to dance, that's a dance notation. We figure out lifted representations of language because explaining things in natural language is really, really dumb. And even we do this in games. What do you think programming languages are? It's a lifted representation of a semantic thought process, and we go, hey, maybe if we encode it like this, we'll actually get somewhere instead of having to write out every single thing. I hate the idea of trying to write code using GPT because I'm trying to explain and I'm like, oh God, by the time it takes me to write this whole thing out, I could have wrote the code. Like node-based shader graphs, amazing. Like visual representations of complex problems. And then what are we doing? We're typing text into a system, hoping it gives us text back. Good Lord, what are we thinking? Lift the representation to find something useful. So this is actually a bunch of research that exists where you can build a language model that creates Mario levels. Because you don't get it to learn to generate text. You get it to learn, well, actually, you still get it to learn to generate text. It's just that a Mario level, when you really think about it, is a tile set. And if you reduce a tile set to an X by Y grid of symbols, you can turn a Mario level into a text file. So what if we actually train the model to learn to generate that? And then you pass it through a parser, and lo and behold, I've got a Mario level. And that's a really interesting idea in and of itself, because then actually what this model does is you're able to give it text-based prompts of ideas that you want. I want a level with a lot of blocks and a lot of enemies and a lot of pipes, and it will generate something that's evocative of it. But also critically, have you noticed it's always playable? And that's because they actually bake it into, you see the X's in that text, it's actually where Mario goes if he was to take the optimal path through it in order to get to the end of the level. They bake that into the output. That was done by a bunch of researchers at the University of Copenhagen. This is actually from New York University's Game Innovation Lab, where they took the exact same idea with an existing 2D graphical tile set and then turned it into a 3D game in which it can generate new tiles of a kind of open world Zelda-like at runtime in Unity. And sure, in this demo, they're typing in the text that they want there. But as a designer, you can build your own internal semantics of what is the expressive range of the things that you want to generate. And then subsequently from that, you could get that system to generate it. And again, the output of this is text. And then they pass it through a parser in the engine in order to actually turn it into a playable space. And so, I guess the one thing I want to close on is the inherent issues with how generative models are sold to us, and it's what I call the big red button problem. Here's a big red button, right? This is amazing. This is a big red button. This is a magic button. I press this button, you get whatever you want. Anything. You want a book? Honk, you got a book. You want a picture? Honk, you've got a picture. I actually should have put a honk into the slides. I regret not doing that in hindsight. But there we go, making a fool of myself on the internet. Who wants a movie? Do you want a movie? Too late, you're getting a movie. Honk, you've got a movie. Brilliant. You know, nobody asks for things like that. We don't really build stuff like that. We don't ask for stuff like that. If you think about how, when you're interested in any form of creative art, what you're interested in is so many different aspects of it. The underlying core story, the narrative, the characters, the aesthetics, the mechanics, the dynamics of a game. And so they're like, oh, we'll just give you the entire thing in one package. Like, no, I don't really want that. I want to be able to be part of that process. And this is the big problem with a lot of this stuff, is it doesn't understand and value creative work. It doesn't respect what people in this room do. It doesn't respect what I do. So I'll tell you funny story. A short while back, I had a meeting with a company who wanted to work with me in my YouTube activities. And the question they had for me was, what AI tools do I use for my creative workflow? I make videos, I write my Substack all the time, I do a lot of talks and stuff. I also write my own games, I make my own games. And I said, well, I don't use any. None. Like none? Like none. And they offered me like script writing tools and editing tools and image generators and a whole bunch of stuff. And I saw zero value in it. And I was trying to explain this to them, like, because every step of the process, every game I make, every blog I write, every video I edit, it's laced with creative intent. I don't have to explain that to this crowd of all people, right? The shots I use in my videos, the cuts I use, how I synchronize it with the music, it all has purpose. I put so much of myself into every episode of AI in games that I often have little stories to tell about each and every video. The little creative flourishes that I'm personally proud of. The evenings or weekends lost over some dumb idea I really wanted to work. Good Lord, my wife is an incredibly patient individual. The goosebumps I still get rewatching a video and seeing it work as I'd hoped, and then also seeing that my audience resonated with that. And the rest of the world often will never find out about these things, but that's fine, it's part of my journey. If you watch the very first episode of AI in Games from 2014, and then an episode from 2024, you see my work has evolved. I mean, thankfully I got a bit better. You know, a decade. Well done, bro. Is automating that process going to help me improve my creative skills? Is automating this entire aspect of my workflow, is that going to help me? Because fundamentally, it is about the value of time. It is the value of time that I am spending in this creative process. I could probably be a much more successful individual in so many aspects of my career if I just ham-fisted and just did the bare minimum and threw it out on a regular basis. Particularly in content creation. If I just threw out some half-baked nonsense every week, I'm pretty sure I would actually be a more successful content creator, which is probably a more damning indictment of the creator economy than anything else. But to me, it is important that I build the production quality of my work has to stay strong and it has to continue to grow. And that requires me to invest more time on my part to get better at my creative process. Again, I don't think I have to explain this to this room. I am very much preaching to the choir. The real problem with these technologies is that they're not identifying the pain points. They're going, here's the entire creative problem, let's solve it for you. But nobody wants that. But I bet all of you, regardless of discipline, there's something you do in your workflow that's a pain in the ass and you would really, really wish you could get rid of it. One of my favorites to talk about is UV mapping. Throw a hands. How many 3D artists have I got in the room? Let's see some hands. All right, brilliant. Keep your hand up if you love UV mapping. 2. 2.5. Right, brilliant. What if you could get a tool that can do 90% of that does the bulk of the work for you, and then you, as the artist, as the expert, go in and do the fine-tuning? Not saying it's going to solve the problem for you, but it helps minimize that pain point. So UV mapping is always one of them. I talk a lot about motion matching. Holly mentioned it in our talk yesterday. Again, this idea of using AI technology to figure out how to blend animations. This comes from my episode on the AI of The Last of Us 2. I've never met an animator that goes, I live for blend trees. All day, every day, blend trees. Just sitting with my blend tree, making all these really complex animations, slightly going insane so that horse turns correctly. So and then funnily enough, I would say animation blending is one of those examples. You see it in so many different games and so many different projects. It started out in Hitman, Absolution, and it's now a feature in Unreal Engine 5. It speaks to the importance and value of this, that the entire industry went, oh my God, we can automate this? And it takes most of the pain away. Not all of it, but some, but just enough that it allows for the job of an animator to improve. And you know what they can focus on? They can focus on building better animations and doing the part of the job that they love. And it's not just things like The Last of Us. Like I said, EA has their own pipeline for this. The Hitman games use this. Doom actually had the Doom reboot series has its own custom AI animation pipeline. Rockstar has their own one. They built an entire custom one just so the horses turn correctly. There's lots of different implementations and permutations of exactly the same problem because lo and behold, this is a common problem. And the best one still to this day is Blend Tree. Blend Tree's great. I love Blend Tree. Because you know what? Modeling one tree is fine. Modeling a forest. There's a saying about seeing the wood for the trees. But what if you give you a tool that allows you to build lots of trees, but you still have artistic control over the trees that it makes? What a simple idea in practice. And lo and behold, people use SpeedTree all over the world to this day. Because at the end of the day, the technology should be the solution and not the problem. And where are we? We're right back here again. Because we have spent 30 years, if not longer, in this industry repeatedly finding technical solutions to problems that we know are problems, rather than finding a solution that has no defined problem. Generative AI is the equivalent of building Mjolnir. I have created the ultimate hammer, but it can't hammer a goddamn wood nail. What's the point of creating a hammer that can't do the most fundamental thing that a hammer should do? And I didn't put that in the slides because I didn't want Marvel to sue me. But let's quickly talk. There is some interesting stuff that is emerging, but also critically, we've completely bypassed generations of interesting research in this space to try and solve this problem. So one of the things I genuinely hate about generative AI is that it is standing over, it's walked all over decades of research in what we call computational creativity. And this is a research field in trying to build AI systems that understand human creative processes and either can mimic them or can support them. There's actually an entire space of research in co-creativity and even things like mixed initiative design, where you build a system that actually is paying attention to what you're doing and it tries to help out. So this is actually a research project that was led originally by Matthew Guzdial, which is he's a professor at the University of Alberta, where they built a Mario level editor, where not only does the more he build Mario aspects of it, a digital partner, an AI partner, begins to start trying to fill in bits when prompted, but also it sometimes does, and now he's like, what was that about? Why'd you put that rogue block? Notice the first thing that happened was they deleted it. The system remembers that you deleted it, because it realizes, oh, that's not what you want. So it starts trying to be experimental. And over time, the more you build, the more it pays attention to you. And it starts figuring out how to build in ways that supports your creative work process. And interestingly, that black line is the AI is actually proofing the level as he's designing it. It's able to show, oh yeah, that's how an actual AI bot would play it for you. So in the design process, he can go in and actually have it be a little bit more experimental. He's still telling it it's wrong. And that's fine, because more often than not, usually when you start with these things, it's like, nope, nope, nope. It's like playing, anyone remember Dungeon Keeper? You just smack the little imps and tell them to go and mine the gold until they figure it out. It's exactly the same process, but eventually it becomes a more interesting, bespoke, customized system for each and every individual designer that uses it. But then also there's actually some cool stuff using language models for story. So I'm going to shut up for a second and let that scroll.
A whiskey, please.
You got it.
Were you ever ambushed or attacked? Once or twice, but experience teaches survival skills quickly. Plus, carrying a reliable Winchester rifle helped.
Phil's bravery saved countless souls back then. He deserves admiration.
Hope you don't mind my joining you. Evening, Sheriff.
Don't start with me, Sky. I ain't in the mood.
Oh, I ain't starting nothing. Just enjoying a drink before my train leaves tomorrow morning.
Seemed like an interesting conversation. Thought I might join you.
You would have been wise to bring better drinks with you.
Not a whiskey drinker, eh?
No.
And you? Do you enjoy whiskey, or do you just enjoy stealing other people's drinks?
Love the stuff.
Glad to hear it. Russ, sounds like maybe you need to be open to seeing reason on certain issues.
Yes, well, perhaps that's a conversation for another time.
So this is developed by a company called Bitpart, who are out in the United States. What they're doing is really interesting because they use a large language model as the starting point for something that actually can ship in a game. Because what they do is this scenario, like this is a saloon, and all the characters that can exist within this Western environment, they feed it all into a language model such that it essentially becomes a story management system and generator. But then all the actions, all the dialogue, and all the story beats were pre-compiled and reduced down into a planning system. It actually uses the same planning tech that I mentioned called HTN planning, which is now used in games like the Killzone franchise, but actually the Horizon franchise by Guerrilla Games. So what it does is it takes all this dialogue and compiles it down to something that can run at runtime. And the characters are figuring out how to react to things in the moment, but all the story beats are pre-baked and predetermined. So there's all these different possibilities that can emerge from it. So the designer knows all the possibilities that can emerge, but it emerges organically as you play it. But you also know, and critically, you can edit the planning model as it's doing it. This is really new. That was actually based on a demo that they showed at GDC earlier this year. And funnily enough, the reason this is getting a lot of traction in the industry is, you know who funded it? A 20-year game development veteran who went, hey, this is an interesting design problem. Here, we can actually start building AI technology that can maybe solve it. But also, we can get it to do stuff completely different. And so the last thing I wanted to show was this. This is a recent body of work by David Durst, who's a PhD graduate from Stanford, playing Counter-Strike. Now, the bots that you see here are all using traditional game AI behavior. They all use behavior trees to figure out how to move. Actually, not move, but they figure out how to act, when to shoot, etc. but they move using a large language model, which is absolutely bonkers. I love this. Remember this thing? It's a transformer architecture, right? Like I said, it's a statistical model. So it learns the statistical likelihood of certain things to occur within context of data, right? We think about it as GPT. You do it with text. It helps you figure out more text it will generate. What if you just give it positional data in a first-person shooter based on professional players? It learns to move around a map like a professional player does. And the thing I really love about this model is a couple of 100 megabytes in size, and it can run on a single core CPU. And one of the reasons that it's built like that is Durst wanted to prove that you could actually build a generative model that would make an interesting contribution to a game that could run locally, and it would actually fit within the existing technical constraints of the game itself. With enough data, you can actually expand this so that all the bots move around the map and actually respect the sight lines and everything like a real professional team did. He actually managed to get one team of professional Counter-Strike players to give him their data, and then he combed through it. And he only solved it specifically for this. This is like a defense phase. But yeah, I think it's actually one of the most exciting things I've seen with generative AI, because it does something that our existing technology couldn't do. And I think that's pretty neat. So yeah, let's wrap this up. We've already went a little over time. I've had a good rant today. This has been therapeutic, thank you very much. Despite sounding like a cynic, I'm more of a cautious optimist. Because frankly, a lot of people who talk about AI for games are in it to sell you something. I mean, technically, I'm selling you my expertise, but you know, we're all friends here, it's fine. But I do think there's a lot of interesting excitement and opportunity in the space, and the market's going to continue to change rapidly. Platform regulations are going to dictate this, the law is going to dictate this, but it's important that we empower ourselves, we educate ourselves, we inform ourselves, and we act accordingly. And that's, you know, you might be doing that internally within your own studios, you might be doing that on your own projects, but empowering yourself so that you understand AI as a space a little bit better, such that you can then make your own decisions and move forward with it. Do your research. Also, speak to your lawyer if you've got one. That's also really useful. But critically, I do think genuinely we need better information and guidelines on a lot of this stuff, and that's why I come out here and I do what I do. And with that, thank you very much. We've got time for maybe 1 or 2 questions.
We've got about 5 minutes for questions.
We've got about 5 minutes?
There's a mic
Okay.
coming to the front here.
I mean, I'll be out at the break anyway, so you can harass me there too. Microphone inbound. No questions. Everyone is fully informed now. So empowered. Oh, spoke too soon.
Hello? Yeah. Yeah, so, well, hello. Thank you for the informative presentation and all that. It was really interesting. With all your experience, what is the most interesting AI you've seen?
Oh, that's a pub question if ever I heard one. I often find it isn't the technology, it's the problem that it's trying to solve. It's why I ended with David's PhD work, because I think it's just really cool to see someone do something in a way that is kind of deviating from convention, but it's actually solving a problem. Like, I really love one of my biggest problems when I play a lot of games is I inherently immediately try and deconstruct it. I mean, I imagine all of you do that. You're like, as an artist, you're going, how did they do that? That looks really good. Like, what am I? And so with the AI, anytime I play a character, I'm like, what technique are they using? How did they make it work? One of my favorite things is when I discovered that they went, oh, do you know what? The easiest technical solution to this is to fudge it and fake it. You know? One of the ones I often heard a lot over the years, I had to challenge this myth online at one point about like if you look at things like the xenomorph and alien isolation, like one of the design problems they had was that people would just walk behind it. And so everyone said, oh, there's like physics sensors on the tail. No, they just run a raycast off the back of the head down to the floor. And so if you happen to just be right there, they just have this hard-coded thing in the behavior tree that goes, nope, you... creative solution to an interesting problem. So sometimes it's the technology that does it, and other times it's just designers going, you know what, what's the 11th hour fix we can do because we need to ship this thing? And more often than not, the latter is more insightful and more interesting than the former. Though I will say, the most interesting thing I saw this year, David's is probably number 2. There's a bunch of work that's happening right now at Ubisoft where they trained machine learning models to figure out the expected GPU workload of a game running, of their game running in the editor while they're just testing the game, but it's the estimated GPU workload of different consoles. So they could start figuring out whether or not they were going to have rendering problems on a PlayStation 5 without deploying it on a PlayStation 5. That blows my tiny mind. I thought that was the coolest thing. And shout out to David Renardi who gave that talk. I immediately just took him aside in a corner and just kept pumping him with coffee as I had like 100,000 questions afterwards. But yeah, I think it often comes down to it's the creativity of people involved, right? I don't think there's any one interesting AI system. It's often we're finding, again, interesting solutions to complex problems.
Yeah,
that was like a non-answer, but it's also my answer.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with every AI I've seen. It's always the creator that makes it interesting.
Yeah.
So, yeah, thank you.
It's almost as if the human is a critical part of the process.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Hello. So, very just general thought thing. So, a few months ago or something, I saw maybe a 1-minute video where someone essentially created an AI that I believe used something similar to those dream simulating AIs, and they were essentially explaining it in the way that it was dreaming up the game in real time. So the game wasn't pre-made in any way.
Is this the Google one? I think.
I don't know. Sorry, I don't know many details. But but apparently they made it make Doom, but you know it was all.
Oh, the Doom one, right?
Yeah. Because my question was, I assume you've known about this. So I just want to generally just know your thoughts about it. You know.
So the Doom one was interesting. I do think it's a very impressive piece of work. I think it was also massively oversold, because what they said was, oh, we've got a generative model that's a game engine. No. It's a generative model that understands the current input of the current frame and then it renders an output frame, which I suppose in a very, very basic interpretation of what a game engine is, maybe. But that is inherently required. The only way that that works is you actually get an AI to sit and play a lot of Doom. And then from that, it remembers how Doom's structured and how Doom works, such that when you then tell it to simulate Doom, it's like the equivalent of you playing so much Doom that now you can remember Doom levels in your head. Maybe not Doom, but generational gap here, but you know, E1M1 is like scarred in my memory. You can tell also a couple of people are like, oh yeah, I know how to get the shortcut. So what they did there was they actually trained a model, trained an AI that actually learned to play Doom, and then from that they grabbed all the visual data out of it and also the input data that was being put in by the bot and then turned that into a generative model so it could simulate Doom without actually playing it. Now that's interesting, yes. Is it practical? God, no. Like, I thought this was also like a perfect example of people not reading the room. Because if you think about Doom, I can get it to run on like, you know, a pregnancy test, right? Someone actually did this. It's on social media. You know, it's on pianos, it's on smartwatches, like every possible device I can think of that if someone's like, I'm going to put Doom on it. And then they built this generative model that can only run on a whole batch of servers and costs a huge amount of processing power. I'm like, you made the worst version of Doom imaginable? Like, again, it's cool. And this is the thing that really bugs me, is it's, with a lot of this stuff, is cool, fucking useless. Cool, fucking useless. And I feel like everyone's they're like, look at the cool thing. And they covered this bit up, like someone's there with a tarp going, no, it's still useful, it's fine. So I think like those things are really interesting as an exercise in figuring out how to build generative models that are able to respect context within an established environment. But good Lord, it's such a interesting waste of time. I say that as someone with a PhD. I have spent an awful lot of my time wasting it in interesting ways, okay? So like, you know, no, you know, no shame on them. But yeah, I think it's a really interesting space. I'd love to see how this is going to evolve, but I also struggle to see the practical applications of it, particularly when you realize how expensive it is. And again, coming back to we're burning a hole in the planet just so an AI can play the most expensive version of Doom that's ever existed. Great.
So you think it's kind of like technological snake oil, or do you think maybe there can be some kind of transferable value that can have something practical at some point?
Oh, the NFT question, right. So this is the thing, like this is what I kind of hope, that a lot of this stuff I do think often has value. The problem that, and I think critically this is actually an interesting reflection on AI as a whole, is that AI has often been useless for very long periods of its gestation. So like I said earlier, machine learning was kind of useless for most applications for about 50 years until it wasn't. And subsequently, I think there is often opportunity to then look at a technology that we explored before and go, actually, we can do that more efficiently, we can do that more effectively, and we can also get it to solve something we didn't know we could get it to solve. Like I remember, there's a reason why there's no machine learning, really. There's a handful of examples like Black and White and Creatures and like the original Total War. Most games didn't use machine learning for like strategy or non-player characters because we thought this just doesn't work. And then now, hey, actually we can use it for a racing game. Or like the new Star Wars Outlaws uses machine learning for the movement of people on speeders. Because hey, that's a complex problem that actually machine learning would be a good solution for it. So I often find that as time tends towards infinity, AI becomes increasingly more useful. But hey, we'll all be gone by that point, it's fine. God, that was a really morbid way to end that, right? We should have. But yeah, I think that's more or less it.
Thank you for your time.
All right.
Thank you so much, Tommy. I thought maybe the best rant we've had at Konsoll, yeah. Great, well, I think that's invigorated everyone. So we've got a quick break now. So if you could be back here for 3:30 for the final talk from Riot. Great, so welcome back everyone for the final talk of the day. Promises to be a very good one. Our final speaker is Associate Art Director at Riot Games R&D, who also helped to spearhead the Riot animation team. Her previous titles include League of Legends, Heroes of the Storm, and StarCraft II: Heart of the Swarm. I'm sure she'll tell you a bit more about herself because her achievements are quite vast. So join us to share the key takeaways and challenges faced in bringing teams together with varied experience levels and opinions. Please welcome Lana Baczynski.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining today and for the whole conference and for sticking through till the end. I'm going to try and be super timely with this so that we make sure that we have time for questions. However, if I flub the timing, I will definitely hang out and answer whatever you want after the fact. This talk is called Starting from Zero because it is about creative development in research and development. So starting from nothing and bringing it into a space that people are excited about and actually exists. But the further context here is that everything I'm about to talk about and my role in directional spaces, this is my first time trying to do any of that. So I was also starting from zero. So all of the things I'm talking about here are also the specific and personal strategies that I developed to help myself find my footing as I transitioned from an individual contributor space into crafty leadership and then broader directional leadership. I'm also going to be talking about things through the lens of animation, but because a lot of this is alignment and directional table setting, I think that the lessons that I've learned are also very extensible into other spaces. So hopefully, no matter your team size or scale or sort of point in development, you're going to find something valuable here. My process is also super linear, so it's going to feel a little bit like story time, but I'm going to make sure that I highlight key takeaways along the way. A little bit about me. My name is Lana Baczynski. I started at Blizzard Entertainment, where I worked on Heroes of the Storm, StarCraft II. In 2019, I moved over to Riot Games, where I was animating on League of Legends, making legendary skins content, like Spirit Blossom Ahri, who's right here, Dark Cosmic Lux, and KDA's Seraphine. Currently, I'm an associate art director, still at Riot Games, working in R&D, which I love. I love working in R&D. I love wearing different hats and doing different skills. But working on things behind closed doors, I also miss talking about work. I really love sharing with the community and love reaching out and sharing with other devs and with players. And so when I was reached out to talk at Konsoll, I was like, yes, actually, this is perfect timing too, because I just finished this big directional process at work that I think was so useful, and the results, honestly, they speak for themselves. But unfortunately, I work in R&D, so I can't show you any of that. But rather than make the same decision and just find something else to talk about, I instead decided to replicate it. So I put together the same sort of work I did with a group of strangers so that I could have public examples to refer to during this presentation. So all of the examples from this talk are from the public experiment that I ran. So before I dive into the meat of things, let me quickly explain what that was. My goal was to put together a hypothetical animation team that could be on a video game. So we have a variety of experience levels. None of those people work at Riot. They all volunteered their time to be directed by me. And we ran it over Twitch over a course of 6 weeks. My goal was to give these external people roughly the same amount of direct animation feedback time as my internal team got over the course of about 2 weeks. And because it is live streamed on Twitch, if you like what I talk about here and you're interested, you can go back and watch the whole thing. It's going to be up on the Rat Animators YouTube page later this week because Twitch takes things down. So as a group, we all selected a specific existing project to try and target our style to. And so after some discussion, we landed on No Rest for the Wicked as our starting point. As a part of this experiment, I also tried to make sure that I replicated it in a way that really reflected what my internal experience was like working on my game. So I did not look up if the Moon team has any animation direction philosophies or documents that they put out there. I just tried to go with what I was seeing and what I was feeling. I don't know if anyone from Moon is listening. If you are, your game looks amazing. Please be kind to me. So now that that whole preface is complete, let's talk about animation direction. So the work that I've been doing and will primarily be talking about is about establishing a firm foundation for a project, which for us had nothing, stylistically speaking. And for me, I felt like it was a really interesting challenge because I hadn't really experienced any explicit stylistic animation direction in my career. So on the projects I worked on at Blizzard, animation had more of a positional vision where we definitely knew our value. Like we had gameplay importance where we had to have gameplay clarity. And we spent a lot of time trying to find ways to infuse fun and character into moments, like custom launch screens for different heroes, or trying to work really economically so that our in-game animations would be really nicely extensible into marketing materials, like the Enforcer skins that you'll see on there. But animation, it was not a focal point of the project. And so while we had this amazing team and we had great management, we never had sort of a specificity of a target style that we were going for. Sorry, this thing's falling off my ear. Can you hear me better now? Hello? Great. So, League of Legends, on the other hand, has an incredibly sharp animation style, and they have incredibly robust and detailed style guides to support it. This one is for visual effects, which is public, which is why it's here. But trust me, there is an equally lengthy and detailed one for animation internally as well. But the problem is I didn't see that get developed. I have no idea how the League of Legends team decided on this, other than the team's natural sensibilities and refinement over 10 years of live service. So when you're building something new, you don't have that history to draw from. And so coming in to my new team and needing to get these new folks working together for the first time to try and create something cohesive, I had to get my bearings first, and to do that, I had to come up with a plan. So in order to get our team from point A to point B, I broke it up into 3 phases for myself. Number 1, identifying out of all the potential styles that we could possibly do, what is the style that we want to make? Number 2 is making sure that everyone is aligned to that vision. And number 3, making sure everybody feels as though they can execute on that vision. I feel like bullets 1 and 2 are sort of deceptively easy, where it's pretty easy to show a team a cool tone reel or some cool reference material and have them be like, yeah, that's what we want to make. But if you're picking some kind of insane bombastic style, you have to make sure that the team you've got is actually equipped to deliver on that promise. So I'm going to take you through the process and documentation work that it took to lay that foundation. So there's going to be a lot of words, and I know you're here for an animation talk, but I promise I will have animation examples near the end. Number 1, identifying style. Early in R&D, this can be challenging to drive towards because creating polished animation is simply not a focal point of our development. We're creating really rough, really quick pieces so that we can get things in and iterated on quickly, which I think is very common practice. But working this way is really great for the overall team velocity, but when it comes to identifying what we then think looks good or feels great, that could make our project unique or special, we don't have a lot of our own work to reference when we're trying to find that alignment of vision. We know the game. We're playtesting all the time. And even still, trying to just dive in and now make something good in the space that we know, each animation is so subjective to each artist's tastes that it was really beginning to be challenging to wrangle. We had a very senior team of very strong personalities, and while we seemed to be aligned on a lot of the language that we might use to describe something, like stylized or exaggerated, we all had different ideas of what these things meant in practice. So people started getting this feeling of like, just let me show you quickly, which started developing a feeling of tension, where each animation going into the game was also representing an opinion on how the game should feel. This building sentiment sort of told me that the conversation about our alignment could not start with the animation itself. Around the time that the alignment of style discussion was popping up, I was very fortunate to be able to preview this book. It's called Directing Game Animation, and it's by animation director at Compulsion Games, Mike Jungbluth. I was very much inspired by a lot of the work. He has a lot of foundational setup stuff in this book, and I ended up taking some of Mike's guidance and adapting it into a series of exercises that I called animation calibration. So calibration itself has two parts. There's an individual assessment, and then there's a group discussion. I tried to be as tactical as possible with who I included in the animation calibration. So it included not just the animators, but also our game director, our creative director, and our key design collaborators, like pod leads or feature leads. Basically anybody who would have to come up with some kind of opinion on what animation should look like in the game was included. We did not have a VFX lead at the time. I was sort of doubling up into that role, or they would have been invited as well. Before beginning, every participant had to watch our creative direction overview so that they could understand the world, the gameplay vision presentation so that they can know the mechanics, and watch the tone reel so that they can understand the mood of the game to inform their answers. Afterwards, I asked each person to analyze game animation without talking to each other. So the individual assessment had the participants assess 3 categories on as markers on a scale from stylized to realism. And in order to make sure everybody was working with the same information, I provided these definitions. Timing is defined as the overall feel of an individual action. Posing was the character's overall physicality, shape, language, or silhouette. And motion was defined as how the characters actually move between key poses in the animation. So if you're an animator in the room, you'll notice that these are not like dictionary perfect definitions or very specific from the 12 principles. I tried to sort of broaden the language to make it as parsable and approachable to the variety of disciplines who were present in the room. The assessment was done on a worksheet. It looks like this. So I developed this internally on Miro so that people could easily copy-paste things and sort of have their own space that they could futz with. This was developed so that I could start getting a picture of their individual sensibilities. So on the left side, we have the instructions, where at the top I'd put things like the gameplay overview and the creative presentations, all those reference materials I mentioned earlier. And then on the right, we'll start at the bottom. So these are games that are stylistically extreme. So they have nothing to do with the project, but are very clear in their and distinct in their stylistic vision, and that they cover a broad range of styles. In the middle, these games were going to be ones that were closely referenced as our game, or what we thought would be cool or ideal starting points to sort of reference for things. And the final section was reserved for the current state of animation in our project versus where we thought things needed to be in order to deliver what we wanted to deliver. So here's a full example from the experiment that we ran. So again, we were using No Rest for the Wicked. At the top on the left, you can see I added in the information I could find about those reference materials, so the official overview, and there's just 8 minutes of gameplay there. And then on the left, we can see our sections. At the bottom, we have stylistically extreme games, so Fortnite, Last of Us, League of Legends, Monster Hunter Rise. The importance of this section is to help people sort of start calibrating themselves and sort of get into the rhythm. I think if I pulled this room, we'd all have kind of similar answers for where these things are. League of Legends is kind of snappier and toonier. Last of Us, realistic, grounded. Everybody can kind of get it. The middle section, closer stylistic reference section. I don't think the games we picked were perfect, but the ones we landed on were Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Elden Ring, Bleeding Edge, and Raven's Watch. So for both these first two sections, you can see I also provided YouTube links. I think especially for games that have been out for a long time, you can get kind of a big disparity of quality, and sometimes a game has something that you're like, this is actually just the piece that we really like and want to look at. So rather than people just playing through the games or finding their own clips, I really wanted to make sure everybody was looking at the same information. And for the final section, for the experiment, because we didn't have a current game to reference for our hypothetical dev team, I had all the animators judge where they thought their personal natural style sat versus where they thought No Rest for the Wicked landed. So once everything was filled out, I brought everyone together for discussion and to take a look at the results. So getting all the different calibration sheets side by side for me, I felt was like immediately informative. There's some intentional ambiguity on the scale. Stylized and realism are pretty broad terms, and the result for me is that we can kind of start seeing how people are approaching things. Like I developed a superpower overnight where I can start seeing into people's minds. And from there, I moderated the discussion, sort of looking for big deltas in how people placed things or just simply ways I would not have approached the assignment myself. So for example, there are places where people were inclined to stack up multiple markers on top of each other. This tells me something about how this person views animation, where nuance maybe doesn't matter as much to this person. So maybe if I'm getting into the weeds with certain notes, that won't be particularly useful. Or here, I'm able to see where people lean into other kinds of extremes. So several people identified Elden Ring in the same space of realism as The Last of Us. To me, this says something about the power of the creative direction. How do the models, how does the overall world feel influence the way that people view animation? Finally, I was also able to see areas where some of our dot placements were basically fully reversed from each other. So this is my impression versus Leah's impression of Bleeding Edge, and you can see our dots for posing and motion are basically fully opposite of each other. So this tells me that we might have a discrepancy in the way that we're describing things and talking about things, even with provided definitions. So throughout the discussions that we were able to have in this exercise, we were able to refine that shared language and feel more confident that we'd be on the same page moving forward. So here's some of the key takeaways from calibration. The first and definitely most important thing is that the whole discussion was for us, and I feel like must be, in order to be successful, a fully safe space. This exercise is about sharing a personal, internal, creative outlook and not being prescriptive with being like, oh, your graphs were wrong. It's about sharing perspectives and learning about other people. There's not wrong answers. Especially if you are leading your team, more listening, less talking. I think the calibration exercise was informative for everybody and great to have the discussions going. But at the end of the day, I definitely had the most to gain. By listening, I can hear what is important to my team and get a glimpse into what their values are going to be and how I might best communicate with them going forward. Also take a bunch of notes. So I have to do this because I have a terrible memory, but it also makes people feel heard. If you're speaking into a void and nothing is happening, you don't have the confidence that anything is being retained. If you just write something down, there's instant confidence that you're actually listening. And also making sure everyone gets a chance to share. This is a super important discussion. We have really specific talking points. This is going to be the first step in finding the foundation of what the style of the game is. It's really important that everybody has a chance to share. I think this exercise is done really well online because you can use a chat feature as long as you are consistently referencing it and speaking those points into the space for those people. It allows people to have more comfortability participating, even if they aren't very good or comfortable just jumping into things. And finally, the calibration discussions were so impactful for nailing down our target style, which is also conveniently part 2 of the talk. So we talked about things, and we generally felt confident that we had some mutual understanding, but now I had a whole bunch of homework to do, where I had to take all those conversations that we had which I'm making sound very long and laborious, it was 2 hours, I need to distill that down into a coherent vision. So not only that, the vision that comes out has to be one that I feel I can confidently guide, and I still needed to bring my team along so that they felt included and capable, and I needed to make sure that the vision that I spat out was the right vision for this game. Not Fortnite, not League of Legends, but our game. So using all the discussions we had, the references, and our game's existing directional presentations, I pulled out all of the pieces that felt like they could be directly informed by animation. So that looks a little like this. This is again from the experiment for Norse for the Wicked. So starting with the combat and game direction, these are the pieces I thought animation could bolster. The first and foremost one is that they have lots of player agency. And this is manifest in a couple ways. One, they've got a character creator. So I'm not making Steve the sword guy. It's the player. The player is playing the player. And that agency also comes through in the type of gear you get and the ways you might move through the world. Picking up different gear is going to affect how you move. Heavy sword, slow walk, light sword, fast walk. But they also have variable and distinct play styles. So heavy sword's got to feel like it's doing specific things and have a specific and appealing impact that a heavy sword brings versus a light sword, versus dual daggers, versus a mace. That planned, deliberate choice making is also part of focus, or combat, where they want the combat to require focus. So enemies are going to be doing specific things and require specific tells, and there has to be that clarity in those actions to make sure that the player can properly interact with the space. The foes are also lethal, so they have to feel scary. They have to feel like they're going to get you. And finally, exploration pays off. And so maybe we'll have animations where we're climbing on stuff, and maybe we're going to be peeking around corners. But mostly, if I explore and I find something, I know that I have to bring a celebration that feels valuable to the player once I get there. So likewise with the creative direction, I tried to look up more about the world and look up more about the holistic creative approach. So these are the ones I pulled out of there. We got fresh and unusual, which I really love. It's timeless. It's a 2D painting brought to life. It's historically inspired, so there's places that we might pull references from. There's strange creatures and mystical warriors, which starts leading me into like, ooh, Alice in Wonderland. But then it's also gothic and dark and plague-ridden. And so I'm like, oh no, it's kind of gross and sinister. And finally, we've got enemy factions, which tells me I'm going to have to probably have animations that are specific to the pirate guys and animations that are specific to the lizard people or whatever they have. And this is how I connected some of the dots using animation. So the ones in the middle here that I came away with were intentional specific action, everything requires effort, fresh and unusual, which I kind of just snagged wholesale because I thought it was really great. Exaggerating the bounds of physics, not ignoring them, smooth and precise, never delicate. So based upon the needs of the game, which for us at the time, for the experiment, we were really focusing on that combat side because that's what's released. You can see I have more of the connections going over to the gameplay side of things because that's what it's calling for. I think in a shipping version of No Rest for the Wicked, I'd probably have an additional pillar or something that speaks to the cinematic or the story intent, and that would be a lot more present in the creative side as well. But either way, using this method of really explicitly showing the connections of where we're pulling these things from became so easy to get buy-in from our collaborators, and it offered a real sense of grounding for the animation team. They can see exactly the impact I expect them to have, and a really clear glance at where we fit into the whole game. You'll also notice in this example, there's like a section of the pieces that don't really explicitly touch the animation pillars. These are things that I think are very informative for animation, but because they are not motion related, they're like a reference point and they should comfortably sit in the creative direction. Animation is a part of creative, but it is a distinct and separate piece. So letting some of those pieces sit in the creative direction is important to reference, but not necessarily to be infused in the pillars of animation, which is what these things became. So on a team that's very senior, you may experience folks that are resistant to direction. When people think they know the best, especially if they do have relevant experience to really back up their feelings, it can be a challenge to get everybody rowing in the same direction. So when writing the pillars, it was really important to me to infuse as many relevant, specific references from our calibration discussion as possible. That's where those notes came in. So I was selective to make sure that I was coming away with something that was actually a cohesive and unambiguous direction, but using as many of my colleagues' thoughts, ideas, or specific wording meant that as I developed this strategy, when I presented it, the language would be familiar and it would come across as a softer prescription. My goal was that everybody on the team should be able to see themselves in the work, even if it was balanced by compromise. Doing this helped my team feel heard and valued, and very importantly, very impactful to the foundation of the team. When you've been working on a project that's a little bit more freeform and then suddenly you're starting to put some rules in, even if that means progress, it can still be kind of scary. I know that I felt really nervous when I was doing all of this, and so I also sought to sort of change people's perspectives on what the pillars represented. And I did that by framing our pillars as a hypothesis. So this made it clear that they're not set in stone. This is not the unbreakable pillar that can never be changed as a part of the game, but it's actually our best guess right now of how we're going to be successful. So calling it a hypothesis also helped me set really clear expectations. One, that we should seek to validate that hypothesis. We should earnestly do everything in our power to see if this is correct. But two, it could ultimately change. We might disprove it. And if we try as hard as we can, and it's just not working, it builds trust in the team that we can and will be adaptable if we have to be with more context. So after all of this is the final animation document that I pitched to the team. On top of the pillars and the overall sort of positional place in the game, I also included a distillation of our style calibration. So the text at the top is sort of an overall thoughts or takeaways from the discussion that we had. Very interestingly, to me, in both instances that I ran it, internal and external, there was a big discussion on the difference between the word stylized and the word stylish. And both times also, there was a discussion about the specificity of style. So just because we could possibly do something, we should always be asking, would we do that in this game? Below that, I have a coined term for the animation style. In this, I think a single word ended up working out. A short phrase would be fine. But the purpose of this is if you took away nothing else, you have literally a single word touch point that you can use as an inspirational point when you're starting your next animations. So for No Rest for the Wicked, I was originally thinking something along the lines of like Bugs Bunny, Dark Souls mixed together. But workshopping it with a colleague, they were like, that's bad. And we came away with Grimsicle, which is dark and menacing, but with a whimsical appeal. And finally, we have our calibrated target chart. So this is where we want this thing to land. And the key thing that we came away with here is that the motion, as we defined it, didn't fit on like a single dot. Not every single action in the game is dripping with character. And so we have it split into two spaces. Typically the combat actions are much more exaggerated. And then for clarity, our non-combat actions are actually almost dipping into realism. They're a lot more subdued. That subdued layer that's closer to the realism side also sort of speaks to what I consistently called like the layer of grit through the world. It's the grounding that keeps it away from being fully whimsical. In the middle, I also have two more quick reference sections. One is the relationship to the 12 principles. Obviously, we'll reference all the principles that we have to do the job, but this is sort of what are your first reads when you see the animation? So your animation should be striking in its exaggeration, extreme timing, clear silhouette, and arcs before you might key into the tools that you use to get there, like squash and stretch, anticipation, and eases. And then we have some style adjectives, so just thoughts and feels about the descriptors for the world and the type of characters that you might encounter. That's that. So the intent of that guide is to provide a variety of avenues towards understanding. So altogether, I would not expect somebody to memorize every word on that page, but being able to come at it from different angles at different times, I think also adds longevity. So it's structured so that it should be good for more than a single read-through. You can access something quickly at a glance that you can take away and get unblocked from mental fatigue or whatever, or you can really dive into it and think about the principles and get all the information you need to carry on. It also satisfies my needs as a lead. I feel like using this, I can confidently and effectively guide the vision and manage the team. So the clarity of expectations provided by this thing made delivering feedback super easy, so even when it pushed my most seasoned animators out of their comfort zone. It never came across like I'm satisfying a personal whim. We've all agreed to validate the hypothesis. And it even gave folks the tools to be really self-sufficient, or even start checking me on calls if I'm slipping into whatever my natural tendencies might be. Because of the intentionality with which I did this work, I'm really proud to say that presenting that giant info dump to everybody of this is our direction now was a seamless experience. It went off with practically no friction, and talking about things so thoroughly before doing it got everybody really amped to try and incorporate each element into their next animation. So, to really lock in everyone's understanding, I wanted everybody to now validate the hypothesis. So, I ran another exercise, obviously. I want to give one quick shout out up top to Nick Celano from Blizzard Entertainment. He has an excellent talk from GDC Past called something like Teaching Your Team to Fish. But he let me peek over his shoulder a couple times while I was over at Diablo, and I really value what I learned from him. So, this portion of the journey of doing the actual exercise here was just for our animators. We gave everybody one sprint, which is 2 weeks for us, and it was facilitated outside of the normal milestone work. This was important because we were still very much in prototype land, and so we don't suddenly want a couple pieces of infinitely higher animation quality. We really wanted to maintain stability for the rest of the game, but it was also very important to us that we could focus on this. I was giving people what I thought might be a representative amount of time to polish a limited animation, and so I wanted to see if that was the correct amount of time. So here's the process for this. I'm going to tell you it all up front, and then we're going to dive into some examples finally. So each animator was going to pick any action from the game, and I encouraged them to really think about what was important for the game and not just what they wanted to animate. I wanted our animators always to put their developer hats on and think about what's critical to the player experience, because that's likely where we'll put animation resources long term. Each animator was given 1 week to work on a piece, seeking to achieve the highest amount of polish that they possibly could in that time, being laser focused on the new pillars. And this first week was without feedback. So again, this is allowing us to see people's natural tendencies. Even with all the discussions that we had, words at the end of the day are still just words, and we might be interpreting things differently. At the end of the week, we had reviews that were specifically tailored to gauge alignment with the new pillars. So the reviews themselves were pretty casual and normal, but we used the animation direction doc to guide the discussion. And then afterwards, I produced a formal summary for each animator, where I translated all the conversations we had into something that could show at a glance how far the target exploration was from our new target style. We called it the style barometer, and it looks like this. So this is, again, just a template. So there's a space in the middle for a GIF of the animation, the pillars underneath, and space for notes. And the top legend is really what we're going to see in a second here. So gray means not applicable or not present. Red, not aligned. Yellow, kind of aligned. Light green, pretty aligned. And dark green, fully aligned with the target style. Very importantly, these summaries are not about animation quality. They are not a scorecard for are you good at animating, but these serve to highlight focus areas for the individual on which pillars might be the most challenging for them to achieve versus where they would naturally work. So let's look at some animation. I've got 5 examples here. We'll start with Zach. So this is Zach's first take on an attack animation for No Rest for the Wicked. Pretty cool. And this is how that animation stacked up against the target style. Overall, really good. The biggest notes that we ended up with are the swipes feel a little samey, and the return to idle is like old school, like going all the way back to 0. But more than that, that's like a developer learned thing. It was really at odds with all the weight that he'd build up in those swipes. It's very light. He's somehow very nimble all of a sudden to leap all the way back there. And overall, I think the biggest piece was that it's missing exaggeration. So the blade scaling is kind of the biggest read. I really wanted Zach to focus on pushing the distance between each step, exaggerating the timing of each swing, and seeing how far can you physically lead with the body. So this is the final result. It's a bit hard to tell because the scale of the grid changed, but the character's stepping way further between each step, and we've replaced the wacky weapon scaling with this beautiful little VFX mesh, and all the exaggeration that we were kind of cheating with the blade is now driven by the body. So these are both versions side by side. The new one immediately feels more like gameplay because it's more responsive. The character is immediately lifting and stepping with that foot. And the character also swings the foot through the first attack way faster. So again, feels more responsive. And then we take all of that time that we saved from that first attack and put it into the wind-up on attack 2. He hits that second anticipation pose so much quicker and lives there for a very, very long time. You can see that he swipes through the second attack almost at the same time, despite losing all those frames from the first swing. So this is great because if there's like a big antic here, it's very clear for gameplay. Maybe this is a space where the player can now dodge or jump out of this place or interrupt if the enemy is going to do a quick attack. But it also just adds so much more power into that second swing. The second swing also, you can see how far he pushed, releasing the body from the blade, which not only is very cool feeling, but it opens up the silhouette of that character. So when he's going into the return to idle, he's not hunched over and covering up his entire silhouette, his entire outfit, what this character is. We get like a beautiful payoff and a resolution of that motion going into the final return to idle. Here's another example by Maria Miloš. Here's how that stacked up against the target style, where her biggest challenge was that the whole thing felt very graceful. When we're trying to build this world of like darkness and grit, overall, each action was pretty distinct. It has a little bit of snap to it, but otherwise it doesn't feel like there's a ton of effort and didn't feel like we're really pushing the physical boundaries of what this character could accomplish. So this is where she landed. And I'll just get us to the side by side. So again, it feels a lot more like gameplay. Immediate step forward, more responsive, much less time between each hit. But it still has that graceful element to it, which I didn't want to lose necessarily, but now it feels more appropriate to this light weapon. It feels like the way this weapon would be used, rather than actually feeling like a performance. The whole thing feels like it's driving forward, picking up speed, like a combo that by the end, if you can get the whole thing, you're gonna get a big damage hit. And ending with that final jab is really sharp now. She's got an overshoot on the damage point, and she ends in a guarded, more contained pose, which feels like it could break out into other actions. It feels more nimble and guarded, like makes sense for the world, whereas the first one, with finishing with the blade outstretched, feels vulnerable and slow, and actually like it doesn't have quite the resolution we'd want for the player satisfaction. Here's Andrian's work. So this one's very even and smooth. There's like it almost feels like there's a perfectly linear movement line on the Z-axis in the graph editor, which the smoothness of it makes it hard to identify each attack as like a deliberate beat. It's also very drawn from reference, which gives it a very grounded feel, but also there's definitely room to play with some timing and spacing here. And also leads it to feeling pretty long, because a human person needs a lot more time to get their footwork underneath them versus what I think our character needs for this game. Though it is definitely very fresh and unusual, or fish and unusual. So here is the final version. And here's how that is with the side-by-side. So again, pretty consistently across the board, we added that burst in the very beginning, much more dynamic posing to explode into that first action, stepping way further through each step again, and we removed this grounded, realistic sort of 180 step that he takes in the before in favor of a really quick pivot, ending in a coiled anticipation so we can spring into that second action, carrying forward that momentum, having the player satisfaction, and a clear silhouette change again for character readability. All right, this one is from David. I love this one because David felt like he ripped through doing one animation in the first week, and so he did 2. Here's how they stacked up against the style. Both of them had some similarities. They're a little slow. They're very much lacking personality. And most egregiously, neither of them felt very intentional, which is like a huge piece of the No Rest for the Wicked puzzle, in my opinion. There's not super clear hit moments on the frames. I don't exactly know where the damage is. And for David's second pass, I really wanted him to merge these two things together into one singular combo. They already kind of felt like they were connected. Let's just change that into a cool player experience. So for David's, because it's sort of got a very cool process, I'm going to be a little bit more in depth about the feedback so you can see how many revs we actually went through. So this was David's second rev, where he was reworking the 2 animations as one. We've immediately got clearer damage points and overall exaggerating the posing. So especially the jump in air, everything was very linear previously, of like shoulders and hips and toes all facing in the same direction. At almost every turn, I'm encouraging them to like twist the body, get interesting torque, and get interesting contrapposto throughout. Here is Rev 3. We're exaggerating now on the timing to be much faster, more aggressive, and cleaning up the handoff between these stab down and then into the lunge. We're also pushing that lunge much further. Again, we're having animators think just beyond animation. What would actually be a cool experience for the player? Is it a short little jab, or is it taking the time to charge up and lunge much further through? The longer lunge required a longer charge up time, so we're adding a bit more of a beat there. We also added back in the return to idle and took another pass at the posing. The return to idle, once we added it in, ended up feeling a little bit bouncy and a little bit slow. So this pass, we removed some of the translate Y from that return to idle in favor of smooth forward driving motion and twists. I also got David to push that lunge charge up pose even more, from like an upright thing to a really deep lunge. And we're starting to add some texture, so you can start seeing a little buzz of a charge up there. So this is a polish up, so continuing adding that texture, that layer of grit throughout. You can see it most clearly on this version in the vibration of that charge up moment. In the previous one, it was a little bit of a jangly, like, I'm gonna get ya. And in this, it's more of a high frequency beat of tension that feels like a charge up, which adds more satisfaction to that jab. And finally, David went ahead and worked with Kaninato on Twitter to add a little bit of flourish on that final piece here. So here's those 2 side by side, where on the right, I sort of put those 2 animations back to back. We could see how those felt versus the final. I was pretty pumped when we showed this one off on Twitter, because immediately somebody in the comments, who I think must have missed the intro, went, hey, that looks like No Rest for the Wicked. And I said, job well done. I'm going to leave you with one more here. This one's from Rosanna. I would love to show you all of them. We had 9 animators, but I'm going to leave you with this one. This is where she started off. Rosanna really wanted to specifically land a heavy, impactful hit. Rosanna had never done gameplay animation before, though beautiful, beautiful sort of film and character work. And so this is where she stacked up against the pillars. And this is her final beat. A lot clearer, a lot more straightforward. It definitely feels like a much heavier and more impactful attack, and not just because we made the blade look bigger. I really like seeing this 2 side by side, as evidenced by all the other before and afters, but I gotta say, it was pretty darn validating to see this little guy pop up on Twitter from Moon Animator, Arthur, 2 weeks after the conclusion of the experiment. So you can see Rosanna's piece started in a pretty different place, but over the course of using the animation direction doc, it ended very similar. I intentionally didn't watch a lot of animation from No Rest for the Wicked, so I had no idea that this existed in game. And after chatting with everyone, as unbelievable as it seems, this was an awesome coincidence. And for me, very validating of the animation direction flow and the animation from the experiment that this was one of the results. So, for the executing on strategy portion of this, I do recommend prescriptive notes over suggestive notes. I don't normally recommend notes like that. I try not to opt for just telling people what to do all the time because that removes their agency. But because we need the clarity of vision for this exercise, this is a time where I think it's important to make it really clear where the lines are. I loved all of these examples because you can see each of these people had a different personal style challenge that they had to overcome. But being able to leverage the pillars and get them all, we were able to get them all to a similar place. All of these felt to me like they could belong in the same game. Are they perfect? No. But the intent of the direction dock and the pillars is not to drive for perfection immediately. We should not see an immediately perfect result, but we should gain efficiency. Every animator's first rev should now be closer to that target mark, meaning they're taking less revisions in order to get to their final result. It also reinforces each animator's understanding of the targets and enables even more junior animators to work more independently sooner. And finally, built a lot of honesty, and it built a lot of trust. People internally, because it was framed as an exercise, it felt more like an assignment and not like a critical task. Everybody was getting excited and they were getting competitive in a healthy way with themselves to try and stick it. Everybody wanted to get it right. And because of that, they were honest with their feedback and they were very receptive to receiving it as well. That trust that built up was between the team and how they communicated, and also with me as a new director, seeing the before and after results, seeing them look cool and closer together, built trust that I wasn't going to lead them astray. I know this whole wacky process seems like a lot. It felt like a lot while I was doing it. It's one of those things that as you go through it, I'm like, I sure got a lot of value. I hope somebody else does. But I'm very proud of the moment that came not long after we had our whole exercises and the whole execution assignment internally that we did, that somebody wrote my manager and gave me some anonymous feedback that said, the work that Lana did makes me feel like I'm being a part of something that is being looked after and cared for. I don't know who wrote that to this day, but it's been one of the most meaningful messages that I've received. Making games means a lot to me, and I think showing people that you can do so in a way that is not self-serving and is for everybody to make the product together, I think it shows for itself. I think the results speak for themselves. So I'm incredibly grateful for my team, that they bear with me every day, but I'm also endlessly grateful to these fine folks. This is Andrea and Adam, David, Jordan, Leah, Maria, Michael, Rosanna, and Zach. These are the animators who participated in the experiment and donated their time and their craft to me so that we could have examples for this presentation. I unfortunately didn't have time to run through all of their work. I'll be honest, I didn't expect them all to say yes when I invited them, but this is all of their contact information. So, and here's a video with everybody's work. If you see a green check mark next to their name, that person is open to new opportunities, and I cannot recommend them all enough. I sourced these 9 from over 100 applicants, and they were all so delightful and easy to work with, so please let me know if you would like to be connected. You can also get connected to me. Again, I'm Lana Bashinsky. You can find me at LaTaianI on social media, but Blue Sky is my preferred platform of choice. And with that, any questions?
Hi, thank you for your talk. How do you usually work with community feedback? Because, for example, if you get League of Legends chat, it's sometimes a little toxic. And how don't feel upset after read this comment about your work?
So the question, I think, is how do I not feel upset when I get negative feedback? I think that it takes just in general, I don't know if anybody's been to art school. Has anybody been to art school? Art school, I find, naturally will build you a lot of resistance, a lot of resilience. So I would have teachers put up work on the wall, and they would be like, whose work is this? I know you're not proud of it. You didn't put your name on it. And they would call you out, and she would look at us in the eye and be like, if you are not excited to be here, if you're not going to put in the effort to be here, you should drop out. Not because I think you're bad, but because you don't want to try. And if you don't want to do this every day, then you shouldn't want to do this here now. And knowing that that was just going to be the future of art is, a lot of people can see art and have opinions on art, and that's what's beautiful about it, it's so subjective. So just knowing that it's subjective and knowing sort of in my heart that I have a mission that I have to accomplish, I have a task that I have to fulfill, and when something releases, I feel to the best of my ability I've done that. And if I get feedback that's full of vitriol, I can ignore that if I want to. Or sometimes if there's enough of it, I can look through it and say, well, what's actually the core problem here? I feel bad, now I'm gonna forget whose talk it was earlier. I think maybe Molly's talk was talking about, we get all this feedback, and they have really prescriptive answers to it, but that's not usually the core problem. The core problem is something deeper that connects those different answers together, and that's the piece we're looking for. And so, how do I deal with that? I just know it's gonna come, and I just embrace it, baby, bring it on. Any other questions?
Hi, not 100% sure how to word it, but I guess just looking at a lot of the animations, obviously something you study when you're moving into this profession, but I guess it's one thing to look at how a model or a structure of a person carries weight, so that's anything from a heavy stone to a sword, but you guys also seem to have a really good understanding of human movement, like footwork and foot placement underneath weapons, for example. Like what point of your education do you start paying attention to that and understanding things that I'm assuming like animators maybe don't carry great swords around learning how to work with them? So how does that integrate into the learning you've had so far?
Everything often comes back to the fundamentals and the foundations. So I see a lot of demo reels that haven't really thought about that. And sometimes it's pushed because they're like, oh, I'm just really strong, so I can hold this big sword this way because my muscles are huge, or I have superpowers. But sometimes it's because you can tell when it's not intentional. The fundamentals you think about are like weight and balance and sort of understanding from a technical level what that looks like in the graph editor and why the principles exist. So I think you start learning it right away, but you don't really start seeing the application of it until you kind of add more limbs. So I can make a ball and I'm like, looks balanced because it's round. But if as soon as I have a person, I've got 2 legs to stand on, and the first thing you usually see is somebody like trying to walk and the feet stay really wide, but I can't even demonstrate it for you because the second, if I took weight off of this leg, I would just fall down. And starting to, like, having really great instructors to sort of help point those things out to you, but also getting up and physically trying to do it. You're right that animators don't have great swords sitting around, but we kind of do. A lot of people have like an arsenal of fake weaponry that they use. And so sometimes you'll see somebody who used reference and it feels really light because they were using something made of styrofoam, but then you have to remember, oh, something's really heavy. Like if I'm gonna pick my leg up this way, I can kind of do that, but usually I have to start leaning to the other side and counterbalance. And so figuring out those things and just sort of knowing about physics a little bit from that visual perspective, it's just a sort of a muscle that builds over time. So looking at a lot of other people's work and commenting on it and trying to understand what they did and having a lot of people look at your work and give you that feedback, it's just training over time.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Hi.
Hi.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes.
But yeah. Thank you for the talk. I was wondering if you had any like an animator, if you're having hard time finding people to look at and review your work. Like, do you have any? I'm sorry, I'm a bit nervous.
No worries.
Have any like spaces you would? Yeah.
So I think the question is, if as an animator who's trying to grow as an animator, do I have spaces I'd recommend to go get people to look at your work and give you
Correct.
reviews?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, the first and easiest one is anyone around you. So I think it's pretty easy often to see people take for granted, be like, well, you're not an animator, or you're not studying animation, so you don't know what I'm looking for. But the thing about art, and especially about movement, people sort of naturally know. They might not have the right language to be like, oh, your spacing's off, but they might be like, that looks too fast. You know, anybody can give you feedback. But as far as actual spaces to go, there's lots of great communities online. I run one. I should have put it up here, but it was already very busy. But the Riot Animation team, or we call ourselves the Rat Animators, we have a Discord that you can go to, and we have a beautiful, wonderful community. That's where all these people came from. who give each other feedback, and we have like a review space, but also the RAT, actual Riot animation team. We do demo reviews and animation talks on Twitch at Rat Animators there as well. So you can come see us. There's also AnimState, which is leaning a little bit, skews very in the professional side, where there's like a lot of working animators working there, but another huge community that do a lot of demo reel reviews. And then places like conferences. So GDC, Konsoll, if there are animators or people speaking there, you can say, hey, if you have time, I would love a demo reel review. And people like me, and probably Holly, sorry Holly, we're very happy to give reviews to people, as long as it's not like, in the bathroom. Be like, hey, can you look at this? So it's not ideal.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right, folks. Well, if you do have any further questions, please hit me up on social media, or I'll be out there. Thank you so much for your time.
Great. That's, I think, a great end to Konsoll 2024. So that brings us to closing. It's been a pleasure to be your games master, and we hope you're leaving inspired and ready to embrace some new challenges. But before we close, I'd like to invite our director, Sylvia Durr, up on stage just to share a few words with you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for coming to Konsoll 2024. This has been a wonderful event for us, and I hope it has been for you too. We hope you found the information and stories shared here both useful and inspiring, and that you have met some good new friends and connections over the last few days. As I said yesterday morning, it has been a tough time for the industry, but the best thing we can do is to remember to help each other up and always pay it forward. As we draw to a close, I'd like to take this opportunity to give a big thank you to our speakers for making their way here from far and wide, and to share their knowledge and experience with us and to our Norwegian games industry. So many people have helped make this conference happen, but I'd like to give a special thank you to the fantastic team who have been working hard from all corners of the world to bring you Konsoll. So if I can invite as many of them onto stage as I can, Katrina, Aslak, Marta, Robin, Hussam, Jane Emily, Vivian, Frederick, Tom André, Simon, Kjersti, Ingvild, Jørn, and our amazing game masters, Gabrielle and Satish. So please help me by giving them a warm round of applause. We also want to thank our wonderful volunteer team of red shirts. We have Charlie, Ayla, Ruben, Maria, Busse, Lars, Jack, and Øyvind. This year, the stream was also made possible by our sponsors Knowit and Bakom Film, and we'd like to thank our streaming team who have worked hard to bring our talks to everyone at home. Thank you so much to Sophia, Dan, Alexis, Thamara, Paula, and Kamen. I'd also like to give a big thank you to Grieghallen, our venue, and the Grieghallen staff that helped us make this happen. So I'd like to thank Ivana, Sebastian, Frude, Bård, and Terje. And last but not least, I'd also like to give a heartfelt thank you to our sponsors and our partners, without whom we wouldn't be here. We have Bergen kommune, NFI, Mediefondet C4, Vestland fylkeskommune, Sparebanken Vest, Christiania, Dirty Bit, Rain Games, Excited from Nord University, Knowit, Top of Mind, Bakom, Gain, and Nonida. Thank you. And finally, we would like to thank you, our audience, for forging your way here and asking such great questions of our speakers. We hope you'll be leaving refreshed and excited and continue forging your own career And we hope you have a safe journey home, and we hope to see you again next year. Thank you so much.